Bonjour à toutes, chers représentants.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning to all delegates. I hope you had a lovely evening. And I hope you are full of beans this morning. We have got an awful lot on our plate and we are running a little behind. So let me ask you now to be as brief as possible in your statements so that we can finish the agenda today, and so we can then send the documents for examination to the committees, because of course tomorrow we've got the elections. So we're back on to point 9 of the agenda where we broke off yesterday, and let me ask Hong Kong China to take the floor and make their statement. Hong Kong China, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to all, and apologies in breaking your flow. Congratulations to your well-deserved election as the President and to the Vice President as well. A big thank you to all who offered their impressive receptions. Madam President, it is with great sadness in advising that a very major fire accident occurred in several adjacent residential blocks in Hong Kong yesterday afternoon, local time. This fire accident is classified as the topmost category 5. So far, the confirmed death toll is close to 60, including a fireman, with many being hospitalized in life-threatening conditions. Worse still, there are more than 200 being unaccounted for, hence the death toll is unfortunately expected to rise. The residential blocks are under renovation and are covered with scaffoldings, which hampered the firefighting efforts. Apparently and sadly, this incident may overshadow the Grenfell Tower fire incident occurred in London in 2017. Further details are sketchy at this moment, and investigations are being carried out concurrently. With the strong support from our central government of China, all efforts are being made by various departments of the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Madam President, this incident reminds us all that such fire could occur not only on land, but at sea as well, and it highlights the importance of the effort made in the IMO, so as to avoid having such incidents from recurring on land and at sea. Thank you very much, President.
Je remercie la délégation.
Thank you very much to the delegation of Hong Kong, China, and I would like to express our deepest condolences for this tragedy. I now give the floor to China.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, distinguished delegates. Just now, the delegation of Hong Kong, China just introduced the severe fire incident happened in Hong Kong Special Administration. It was on the afternoon of November the 26th. A serious fire broke out in Hong Kong Special Administration region. President Xi Jinping immediately expressed his condolences for those who lost their lives in the fire, including the firefighters who lost their lives on duty. The central government of China fully supports the Hong Kong SAR government in extinguishing the fire and in minimizing the casualties and losses. Currently, search and rescue operation and medical treatment for the injured and follow-up arrangement and assistance are being conducted in an orderly manner. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la...
Thank you very much, China. If there are no further requests for the floor, I'm sure everybody would like to express their condolences. We will now go back to point 9 on the agenda, and there were delegations who had asked for the floor yesterday, and they have, in a spirit of cooperation, withdrawn their requests. And I can conclude, but no, apologies. UAE have asked for the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for interrupting. We would like first to convey our condolences for the families of the fire. And we stand in solidarity with the Chinese delegation and the Hong Kong government, and we wish the best for those injured. My delegation would like to thank Russian Federation for both documents submitted. And as for document A3492, we would like to express our thanks to the Russian Federation for sharing their experience on the audit conducted in 2024, and this will certainly assist member states to prepare for their own audit and to ensure the success of the upcoming second audit cycle. Therefore, we would like to encourage member states that have been audited, we would like to encourage them to share their experiences with other member states. As for document A3493, on the issues related to the satisfaction of the administration, we consider that guidelines will help in providing a comprehensive list of these requirements. And this will increase clarity and consistency in the interpretation of compliance requirements, and this will also empower member states in effectively implementing their obligations under IMO instruments effectively and efficiently, and this will reduce administrative burden through streamlining the processes and will facilitate communication and coordination among stakeholders involved in implementation and enforcement. Thus, my delegation fully supports the proposals put forth in paragraph 13 of the document. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
Thank you very much to the United Arab Emirates. If there are no further comments, then I would suggest we conclude with all the documents that we looked at yesterday. So on documents 34.9 and 34.9.1, well, I trust that the Assembly has taken note of all the information of the audits in the first cycle and to pass that on to, and we'd like to thank all those who have been under audit for their commitment to this, and thanks to the auditors as well. I also like to suggest that the Assembly thank the auditors for their professionalism and the Secretary General for his leadership as well, and the Secretariat staff for a steady administration of the scheme in the first audit cycle, as we are now about to open a new chapter in the implementation of the scheme into the second audit cycle. I propose the documents A34.9 and A34.9.1, together with the comments made, be referred to Committee 2 now for detailed consideration and to then advise the plenary accordingly. And if there are no objections to that, it is so decided. And now on to documents A34.9.2. I propose that the Assembly note the information provided in the documents and submit proposals to the relevant committees of the IMO, taking into account any comments in paragraph 23 of the document. And on A34.9.3, let us remind that MSC 110 did agree to include on its post-biennial agenda for 2028-2029 a point on drawing up guidelines on the implementation of provisions to the satisfaction of the administration in the relevant IMO documents. And I suggest that the Assembly take note of the information provided and invite any delegates to submit proposals for the outputs of other committees, and invite committees MSC, FAL and LEG to pay all the necessary attention to these issues when developing or amending IMO instruments. And if there are no objections, it is so decided. Thank you very much. And that brings us to an end on point 9 of our agenda. And I would suggest that we now move on to point 10. This is on the consolidated text of the IMO Convention. And let me call on the Secretary General and ask him to introduce this document, 3410.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, President, and good day to everybody. Document A3410 provides updates on the Council's work towards the finalisation of a consolidated text of the IMO Convention in the 6 official United Nations languages. This pursuant to the Assembly's mandate at its 32nd session, during which it also adopted the 2021 amendments to the Convention. At Council 132, the Council took substantive decisions to address the discrepancies and to ensure that the texts were consistent across all 6 languages. And they also, at that session, decided that the Arabic, Chinese and Russian versions of the consolidated text become the authentic texts upon entry into force of the 2021 amendments. Between C132 and 133, the Secretariat and interested member states worked closely in addressing further discrepancies across the text. At C134, the Council considered and approved the draft consolidated text. And as stated in paragraph 5 of the document, C134 also agreed on the correct terminology to be used in the Arabic version of the text upon the preparation of revised consolidated text when the 2021 amendments are in force. I am very pleased to share with the Assembly the result of these efforts, and I would also like to reiterate that the Secretariat stands ready to provide any assistance necessary to those member states who intend to accept the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention in order to enable their timely entry into force and can also be implemented in time. Thank you very much, President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the Secretary General, and I now invite delegations to comment on the document that has just been introduced. The floor is open.
J'invite la délégation des Émirats arabes unis.
United Arab Emirates, please.
Thank you, Madam President. And we will be very brief because we know that time is of the essence, and we would like to thank the Secretary General for this document, and we would also like to thank the Council for their exceptional work, and my delegation would support the draft resolution as well as the annex. Thank you, Madam President.
Arabes unis. Et j'invite à présent le Mexique à prendre la parole.
Mexico, please. Mexico's next. Thank you very much, President, and good day to all distinguished delegates. First of all, we would like to express our condolences for the terrible incident in Hong Kong, China. It's a city that I am very, very fond of. We would also like to thank the Secretary General for having introduced this document and for all the efforts made to promote and strengthen multilingualism, in particular the program for interpretation and translation on the website of the IMO. We have got some additional comments to make on this program, and for the we will give them also to the translation service for the work that they're doing. We think that multilingualism is absolutely essential to the proper working of the UN and all its bodies so that we can guarantee the use of all official languages in the work. It also leads to a very respectful and inclusive environment in which to work. Thank you very much.
Merci, la délégation du...
Thank you very much, Mexico. Saudi Arabia is next, please.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة.
Thank you, Madam President. First, we would like to convey our condolences for the delegation of Hong Kong for the fire and the incident, and we would like to thank the Secretary General for the document, and we welcome the report contained in this document, and we support the adoption of the draft Assembly resolution setting forth the consolidated text of the IMO Convention, and we appreciate the Secretariat's close coordination with Member States throughout this process, particularly in addressing the remaining discrepancies in the Arabic and Chinese texts and ensuring the accuracy of the Arabic terminology for the word largest in Articles 17A and B. Such attention to linguistic precision strengthens the authenticity and integrity of the Convention. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. Nigeria next, please.
Thank you, Madam President. This delegation takes the opportunity to express our deep condolences to the government and people of Hong Kong, China, on the sad incident. The federal government of Nigeria commends the Secretary General and the Council for the diligent work undertaken in preparing the consolidated text of the IMO Convention, incorporating all amendments in force and ensuring consistency across the 6 official languages. We particularly welcome the careful attention given to editorial corrections, alignments of terminologies, and the inclusion of Arabic, Chinese, and Russian texts as authentic upon the entry into force of the 2021 amendments. Nigeria notes the Secretariat's effort in coordinating with Member States to resolve discrepancies, introduce gender-neutral language, and ensure that all versions of the conventions reflect the principles of clarity, equity, and legal precision. Nigeria recognizes the importance of a consolidated text in providing a clear, accessible, and authoritative reference for all Member States, facilitating consistent implementation and adherence to the IMO instruments. We therefore support the adoption of the draft Assembly resolution setting forth the consolidated text and endorse the Council's decision regarding the application of the corrected words of largest in the Arabic text upon the entry into force of 2021 amendment. Nigeria affirms its commitment to promoting the rule of law, transparency, and inclusivity in international maritime governance and looks forward to working closely with the Secretariat and all Member States to ensure the effective use of and application of this consolidated convention. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la délégation.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. I now call on the United States to take the floor. And
That's today, I think.
Thank you, Madam President. The United States expresses its condolences to Hong Kong as they continue response to the tragic fire yesterday. As this is the first time we've taken the floor, we would like to congratulate you, Madam President, and your Vice Presidents on your election and wish you all the best. As today is Thanksgiving, we'd also like to give thanks for the robust and plentiful feasts and meals that we've received over this Assembly and look forward to future Assembly receptions as well. Madam President, now to the matter at hand. The United States thanks the Secretariat and all member states that work so diligently and collaboratively to finalize the consolidated text of the IMO Convention in all 6 of IMO's official languages. It is critical to all member states that the text of the Convention meet exactly the same in all 6 languages. We applaud all those who worked so hard to achieve that goal and support the adoption of the consolidated text. We also thank the Secretariat for the draft Council resolution adopting the consolidated text and the delegation from the UAE for its proposed revisions to that draft resolution. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la...
thank you very much, the United States of America. I see that the list is getting ever longer, and I imagine that everybody does support this review. And if there are no further comments, perhaps I could I see Philippines, Russia, DRC, China, Morocco, and Libya. I am sure that you will be supporting this document. If you do want to take the floor, you can, but I would ask you to withdraw. Thank you very much to all delegations for that spirit of cooperation. And that means we can move on to the next point on our agenda. This is point 11 on the enhancement of multilingualism. And let me ask the Secretary General, please, to introduce documents A3411. No, apologies.
I'm very sorry, I did conclude too quickly. Je dois
Apologies, I forgot to say that if there are no further comments, I take it that the Assembly notes the information provided on the development of the consolidated text of the IMO Convention, adopts the Assembly resolution contained in document A3410, setting forth in its annex the consolidated text of the IMO Convention, and endorses the Council's decision that, upon entry into force of the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention, the correct wording for the word largest in Article 17A and B of the Arabic text shall be applied to the revised consolidated text. And if there are no objections to that, it is so decided. Thank you very much. And we can now move on to point 11 of the agenda. And let me ask the Secretary General to please introduce the documents A3411 and A3211 add 1. Thank you, President. Following the adoption of Assembly Resolution A1180-33 on the enhancement of multilingualism at the IMO, the organisation has undertaken a series of actions towards its implementation. And in accordance with the resolution, the Secretariat, in consultation with Member States, has developed a strategic framework for multilingualism, which was endorsed by the Council at its 132nd session. This framework establishes the organisation's vision, objectives and roadmap for promoting multilingualism, and is accompanied by administrative and operational guidelines to support its implementation. Building on this, the Secretariat initiated Phase 2 of the Action Plan, resulting in the development of administrative and operational guidelines to support the effective implementation of the strategic framework. These guidelines provide practical measures for strengthening multilingualism across the IMO's activities, including documentation, meetings, external communications, and digital platforms. And in line with these efforts, the Council also agreed to reference and mark the dedicated dates of the United Nations 6 official languages in the IMO calendar of meetings to raise awareness and to promote linguistic diversity. Furthermore, as part of the enhancement of multilingualism in external communications, the IMO website has been launched in all 6 official languages through a pilot project using machine translation. This initiative aims to assess the technical feasibility, the quality of the translation, and the cost implications prior to broader implementation. Document A3411 Addendum 1, invites the Assembly to adopt the Assembly resolution on the inclusion and use of Arabic as a working language of the Assembly, and subsequent amendment to the current Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly to include Arabic among the working languages of the Assembly. The Council, at its 135th session approved the draft Assembly resolution on the inclusion and the use of Arabic as a working language of the Assembly, and the subsequent amendment to the current Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly to include Arabic among the working languages of the Assembly, and invited the Assembly to consider the resolution and the subsequent change to the current Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure. The Assembly is also invited to note that the adoption of the Assembly resolution on the amendments of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, including the change to the current Rule 28 to include Arabic as a working language of the Assembly, if approved, will be considered under Agenda Item 2 as indicated in Document 34 to Addendum 1. Thank you very much, President. Thank you very much, Secretary General. Thank you for that introduction. And I now invite comments on the documents and information provided by the Secretary General. The floor is open. United Arab Emirates, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We would like to also thank the Secretary General for providing us with those two documents. Our intervention has to do with Addendum 1. And as you know, Madam President, the United Nations has admitted that the Arabic language is an official language, including many specialized agencies, UN specialized agencies, who have adopted policies related to languages, and thus Arabic has been approved as an official language, as a working language as well. And due to the importance of the IMO and due to the long-term effect on the prosperity of societies all over the world, it would be better for the IMO to use a language that has been internationally acknowledged as the Arabic language, and thus to guarantee a better understanding and a better participation in all of the meetings, of course, by member states who speak the Arabic language in the IMO and who are responsible for ports and services in the ports that play a vital role in international shipping. Promoting the use of the Arabic language in IMO will promote and strengthen the consistency amongst the 6 official languages and working languages. And this is a rule adopted and followed in the UN. And this will also help in promoting multilingualism, as is contained in A118033. And this will also promote the effective implementation of IMO instruments, and this will make sure that a better understanding of the instruments will allow to the integration in the national legislations and will help better audits for the member states and the IMO. Thus, my delegation supports the draft resolution, including the amendment of Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. Thank you, Madam President.
Shukran. J'invite après.
Thank you. I now call on the delegation of the Russian Federation. Thank you, Madam, and good morning to all delegates of the Assembly. May I start by saying how shocked we were when we heard the information this morning about the terrible tragedy in Hong Kong. Biggest fire that they've ever had. We'd like to express our condolences to the families of those who have perished or suffered, and express our solidarity with the governments and the peoples of China and the Special Administrative Region of China, Hong Kong. We are with you, and you have all our feelings. Madam President, to come back now to our agenda, may I, on behalf of my country, say how grateful we are to the Secretariat and personally to our Secretary General for the huge amount of work which has been done to promote multilingualism in our work. We fully support this area of work. It's of particular importance that we should make it clear here the dates of the languages. And for my own part, I would like to assure the Secretariat that we will offer all necessary support when it comes to Russian and translation, and the Russian Language Day when it's celebrated here. Madam President, we support the Secretariat's efforts for creating a public space by using machine translation for the information on the website. At the same time, though, Madam Chairman, through you, Madam President, through you, I'd like, if I may, to call the Secretariat's attention to the fact that such a translation, of course, is absolutely unofficial, and that such a disclaimer should be very clearly placed on the website. We have seen so many examples of when machine translation bore no relation to either the spirit or the letter of the original. So, at least for today, we need to be very careful when we are using anything of this sort. But having said that, we do in principle support the idea, given the limitations which I've just mentioned. Madam President, thank you.
Spasiba.
Thank you. I now call upon the delegation of Indonesia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to all distinguished delegates. Indonesia conveys our condolences on the recent fire incident in Hong Kong, China. We stand together in solidarity with the families of the victims and wish them a speedy recovery. Coming back to our agenda, Indonesia thanks the Secretary General for the update on the enhancement of multilingualism and welcomes the significant progress achieved since the adoption of Resolution A118/8033. We also appreciate the draft resolution to include Arabic as a working language of the Assembly. Indonesia supports these developments and as an important steps toward greater inclusivity and parity among the 6 official languages. We also underscore the need to ensure robust quality assurances mechanisms, particularly as machine translation is piloted for the IMO website. Technical accuracy is essential to avoid misinterpretation of mandatory instruments and to support effective national implementation. Regarding the inclusion of Arabic as a working language, Indonesia recognizes its value and support the proposed amendment to Rule 28. Indonesia also looks forward to further clarity on the cost implications and long-term sustainability of the multilingualism initiative. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la délégation
I thank the delegation of Indonesia, and I now give the floor to the delegation of Saudi Arabia, and I would ask all delegations please to be as brief as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. The Kingdom would like to thank the Secretary General for the documents contained in A3411 and A3411 Add 1. We welcome this historic resolution
on the inclusion and the use of the Arabic as a working language of the Assembly. We also welcome the related amendment to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure. Madam President, this decision will meaningfully enhance the engagement of Arab-speaking delegations across the Assembly and its work. And it will strengthen the ability of many member states to implement IMO instruments at the national level. In this regard, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia fully supports the adoption of the resolution and the related amendment to Rule 28, and we stand ready to work with the Secretariat to facilitate any technical support towards its implementation. Thank you.
J'invite à présent la délégation du Niger.
I now call upon the delegation of Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria commends the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the significant progress made in enhancing multilingualism at the IMO, as reflected in the strategic framework and accompanying administrative and operational guidelines. Nigeria particularly welcomes the inclusion of all 6 official United Nations languages in the IMO website pilot project, social media content, and external communications, which demonstrates the organization's commitment to accessibility, inclusivity, and broader engagement with stakeholders globally. The marking of dedicated dates for each official language in the IMO program of meetings further promotes awareness and reinforces the importance of linguistic diversity within the IMO operations. Nigeria recognizes that multilingualism as a pathway to strengthening multilateralism, and it is an eloquent reflection of the IMO's commitment to cultural and linguistic inclusivity. It is also a practical tool for effective governance, communication, and capacity building among member states. We encourage the Secretariat to continue refining the pilot project, considering technical quality, cost implications, and user experience to ensure full and sustainable implementation. Nigeria fully supports the ongoing efforts and looks forward to collaborating with the Secretariat and fellow member states to advance a truly multilingual and accessible IMO where all members can participate and fully and equally in the organization's work. Thank you so much.
Je remercie la délégation.
I thank the delegation of Nigeria, and I now call upon the delegation of China.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, this delegation would like to express our sincere appreciation to all delegations for the condolences extended to the victims of the tragic fire in Hong Kong, China. China would like to thank Secretary General for his introduction. We commend and support the efforts made by the IMO Secretariat in promoting multilingualism. China is of the view that as the time continued to evolve, multilingualism reflects the global trend, and China supports the adoption of the multilingualism system and hopes that in the future this organization will include Chinese and Russian as the working language alongside with other 4 existing working languages. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la délégation de.
I thank the delegation of China, and I now call upon the delegation of France. Thank you, Madam President. May I, too, express my profound condolences to the delegation of Hong Kong, China, to its government and to its people. This delegation welcomes the resolution submitted for approval by our Assembly on enhancement of multilingualism. France would like to thank the Secretary General for his leadership and his commitment, which has allowed us to find a way to introduce and use Arabic as one of the working languages of the organization, and the relevant change to Article 28 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. Madam President, as you know, France has always been a clear supporter of enhancing multilingualism as a factor of inclusivity and diversity within our organization. So we fully approve of this draft resolution and the inclusion of the relative provisions in the draft budget for the next biennium, and the invitation which has been addressed to the Secretariat to implement all this in the next session. I thank the delegation of France, and I now call upon the delegation of Qatar.
Thank you, Madam President. We would like to express our sincere condolences to China and to Hong Kong, China. We would like to thank for the two documents, A34/11 and A34/11 add 1. We would like to express our support for the resolution in regards of the inclusion of the Arab language as a working language in the Assembly. Enforcing multilingualism and ensuring equality among the official languages is a principle followed by international organizations. This leads to effective participation by member states, and it allows for equality and equity among all members. We support and agree all amendments to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon the delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to all. First of all, on behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran and its nation, I wish to convey our sincere condolences to the government and all the people of China and Hong Kong for recent tragedy, and we hope all the injured persons get recovery as quickly as possible. Madam Chair, my delegation wishes to thank the Secretary General for submitting document A34/2 Addendum 1 and for his efforts in finalizing the amendments to the Assembly's Rules of Procedure. We particularly welcome the formal inclusion of Arabic as one of the Assembly's working languages, which represents an important step towards strengthening multilingual languages, enhancing inclusiveness, and improving member states' participation. We also support the technical amendments introduced to the preamble of the draft resolution, as well as the correction of the cross-referencing error within the rules. These adjustments contribute to greater accuracy, legal coherence, and procedural efficiency in the implementation of the Rules of Procedure. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
I thank the delegation of Iran. I see the list is still growing. I'm sure that it's in order to support multilingualism, certainly. But I would be grateful if any delegations could see their way to simply support previous speakers if there is no objection to withdraw their request for the floor, because otherwise we won't get to the end. We haven't yet even finished yesterday's agenda. So I would be grateful if any delegations would withdraw their request for the floor. So before we conclude, I will give the floor to the Secretary General, who will respond to some of the comments we've heard.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, President. Firstly, thank you to all member states for their support of the work that has been carried out for the enhancement of multilingualism. And I'd like to comment in particular on what was said about the translations on the website using machine translation. The legal notice, or the disclaimer, thank you, that was mentioned is there clearly visible in 5 languages on the IMO website. And when you open the page, that's the first thing you see. The other point is at the very end of that disclaimer is a link so that you can give your views on the machine translation. As I said, it is a pilot project that we have launched. So in around 6 months, it should be activated, well, that it's been activated. We've only had 29 comments, actually, in all those 6 months. So my interpretation of that is that it's working pretty well. But any help for us so that we can work on the future of this system would be something we would be very grateful for. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire.
Thank you to the Secretary General. So I will conclude by deciding that the Assembly takes note of the information provided in 3411 on multilingualism and thank the Secretariat for the hard work which has been done in order to implement the Assembly resolution. May I also suggest that the Assembly take note of the information in 13411 Addendum 1 and that it adopt the resolution on the translation and use of Arabic as a working language of the Assembly, as in the text, and that we approve the changes which will therefore have to be made to current Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly to include Arabic as a working language of the Assembly, that in Annex 2 of the document. So when we will be adopting that, including the changes to current Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure, introducing Arabic as a working language of the Assembly, this which will be considered under Agenda Item 2 immediately after this item. I thank you, and we will therefore move on to Item 2 of the agenda. Five documents have been submitted. 34.2, 34.2 from the Sultanate of Oman, 2.3 and 2.4 from the UAE. A34.2.1 has been withdrawn. I therefore suggest that we take together the documents under 4 main subjects as follows. First, we will look at the changes proposed to the Rules of Procedure submitted by the Secretary General. Then we will consider the proposals from the UAE in A34.2.4, which are about the temporary rules on remote participation during COVID-19, and then the A34.2.2 document from the Sultanate of Oman about improving verification of who exactly is participating remotely or under hybrid conditions, and finally the explanations which are in complement to the Rules of Procedure provided by the UAE A23. Now, this proposal that we take the document under these 4 main headings, is this acceptable? I see no objection, and therefore I thank you, and I will call upon the Secretary General to present A34-2 and A34-2 Addendum 1.
Muchas gracias. En el documento A34/2.
Thank you very much. In document A34-2, we have the draft amendments to the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly for consideration and adoption by the Assembly. Since the adoption of Resolution A1154/32 on the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, the Council and the committees have revised their respective rules of procedure and have harmonised them to the extent possible. In view of the above decisions of the Council and of the committees, the Secretariat prepared draft amendments to the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. The Council, at its 134th session, approved the draft Assembly resolution containing the draft revised rules of the procedure of the Assembly, and this was forwarded to the 34th regular session of the Assembly with a view to adoption. Under Agenda Item 11 on enhancement of multilingualism, the Assembly has just adopted the resolution on the inclusion and the use of Arabic as a working language of the Assembly. And the subsequent amendment to the current Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, as contained in Annexes 1 and 2 of document A3411, add 1 respectively. In this context, the Secretariat has prepared document A34-2 add 1 to reflect the decisions just mentioned and to provide in its annex the text of the draft Rules of Procedure of the Assembly with the revised text of Rule 29. Also, the cover resolution on the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly was revised, and the additional text inserted in the preamble is shown as highlighted in grey for the ease of reference. In addition, the Secretariat has made an editorial change to Rule 54.4, where the reference should be to paragraph 3 and not to paragraph C. Further, the Council approved the criteria and procedures for live streaming to the public of the IMO Assembly plenary meetings and the associated Assembly resolution and forwarded it to the 34th regular session of this Assembly, with a view to adoption as set out in Annex 2 to the document A34-2. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you, Secretary General. I now call upon delegations to offer us their views on the documents which we've just had presented by our Secretary General.
J'invite la délégation de l'Inde.
Delegation of India has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Let me begin by offering my condolences on the fire incident in Hong Kong. We stand with the victims and their families and the government in their hour of grief. Coming to the document, the Indian delegation appreciates the Secretariat and the Council for their work in modernizing the rules of procedure. India supports live streaming of public plenary meetings as a welcome step towards strengthening transparency. However, India is of the view that any suspension of live streaming should be limited to clearly defined circumstances with reasons to be recorded in the report of the meeting. Further, on Rule 42, India believes that the definition of members present under hybrid modalities should in spirit honor mandate of Article 14 of the Convention. India suggests that its application will yield transparent results only when a robust remote voting procedure with verification safeguard is put in place. Thank you, Chair.
Je remercie la délégation.
I thank the delegation of India, and I call upon the delegation of Australia.
Thank you, President. Australia also extends its condolences to Hong Kong and the devastating impact of the apartment tower fire. We thank the Secretary-General for these proposals. Australia has been a long-standing a vocal advocate for hybrid meetings and live streaming. Hybrid meetings are an important mechanism for supporting fulsome participation in the IMO, particularly for those who suffer from the tyranny of distance and for small island and developing states. This inclusivity allows us to hear and respond to a wider range of perspectives and deliver stronger outcomes. We also welcome the resolution on live streaming, which will allow our discussions to be heard by all stakeholders that have an interest in the safety and security of shipping, and shows our commitment to transparency. Australia supports the adoption of the annexes as presented. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Australia, and I call upon the delegation of Japan.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, this delegation would also like to express our sincere condolence to the delegation of Hong Kong, China, for the tragic fire incident. On the matter at hand, Japan welcomes the outcome of the Council discussion for the review of the rules of procedure, including the provisions to improve transparency and multilingualism of the Assembly. We thank all the members who contributed to this review process. With that in mind, this delegation is pleased to support adopting both draft Assembly resolutions as proposed. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Japan, and I call upon Thailand.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, this delegation would like to express our deepest condolence to the people of Hong Kong, China, for their loss in the fire event, and would like to apologize to the interpreter that we have a slight modification on our intervention. This delegation thanks the Secretariat General for submitting the document A34/2 and A34/2 at once. We agree on the harmonization of the rules of procedures of all IMO organs and the enhancement of multilingualism. Therefore, we fully support the adoption of the draft Assembly resolutions as amended and the draft amendment to its rules of procedures as set out in the document A34/2 at once. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the delegation of Thailand, and I now call upon Sweden.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning, everyone. First, we would like to express our sincere condolences following the tragic fires in Hong Kong, China. Our thoughts are with all those affected. Sweden fully supports the adoption of the resolution with revised rules of procedure of the Assembly, as well as the resolution containing the criteria and procedures for live streaming to the public of IMO Assembly plenary meetings, as presented in document 34/2 Add 1. Sweden would like to thank the Secretary-General for presenting the comprehensive draft resolutions, as well as the Council and the committees for their diligent work in the reviewing of the ROPs and procedures for live streaming, work that forms the basis of the draft presented. The proposed updates represent a necessary and timely modernization of our working methods and will help ensure consistency across IMO bodies. Transparency and inclusiveness remain core priorities for Sweden. We particularly welcome the continued recognition that live streaming of plenary meetings should be the default rule, with only limited and clearly defined exceptions. Public access to our proceedings enhances legitimacy, fosters trust, and strengthens accountability. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Sweden, and I now call upon the United Republic of Tanzania. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This delegation also wish to join previous speakers in expressing our sincere condolences to Hong Kong, China, for the loss of life and the damage caused by the recent fire tragedy. The United Republic of Tanzania thanks the Secretary General for the clear and forward-looking proposals contained in document A34-2. Tanzania supports the draft amendments to the rules and procedure of the Assembly and the related criteria for live streaming of plenary meetings. We welcome, in particular, the alignment with the rules of the Council and other IMO bodies, as well as the clarifications of the provisions for hybrid meetings and remote participations, which are important for ensuring that all member states, including developing countries, can participate effectively and continuously in the work of the organization. We also support the proposal that plenary meetings should normally be public and live streamed, with carefully defined exceptions. This strikes an appropriate balance between transparency and the need for confidentiality in limited circumstances, and will help to enhance the visibility and accountability of IMO's work. Tanzania therefore supports the adoption of the draft resolutions contained in the annex to the document. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la
Thank you very much, Tanzania. If there are no further comments, then I take it that the Assembly adopts the draft Assembly resolution and the amendments to its rules of procedure as set out in the annex to document A34-2 Addendum 1. And if there are no objections, it is so decided. I also take it that the Assembly adopts the draft Assembly resolution and the criteria and procedures for live streaming to the public of IMO Assembly plenary meetings as set out in Annex 2 to document A34-2. Further, I propose that in the interest of clarity, the Assembly instruct the Secretariat to reference the newly adopted rules of procedure when finalising the texts of the resolutions of this Assembly. And finally, I propose that the Assembly authorise the Secretariat, when preparing the final text of the rules of procedure of the Assembly, to effect any editorial corrections that may be identified, including updating references to renumbered rules. And if there is no objection, it is so decided. Thank you. I would now like to invite the United Arab Emirates to introduce the document A34-24.
Thank you, Madam President. The interim guidance to facilitate remote sessions of IMO during the COVID-19 pandemic was initiated in response to the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic crisis which affected the work of the organization. The interim guidance was used temporarily during the COVID-19 pandemic to facilitate the work of IMO, and that using a structured and transparent methodology aimed at standardizing the conduct of remote sessions in view of the exceptional circumstances during the COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, it was not intended to provide an interpretation of the IMO Convention or the respective rules of procedure, or to set a precedent for the methods of work of the organization. With the most recent revisions of the rules of procedure of the Council and the committees, which were harmonized to the extent possible and included the use of hybrid capabilities and remote voting in their rules, it was noted that the organization and method of work of the Council and the committees were amended to accommodate hybrid meeting capabilities and complemented the rules of procedure. It is therefore considered that there is no need to use interim guidance to facilitate the sessions of the respective IMO organs during the COVID-19 pandemic, and consequently it is proposed that it should be phased out or discontinued. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie les
Thank you very much to the United Arab Emirates. I invite the Secretary General to provide information to the Assembly on this matter, please. Thank you, President. During the experience building phase of the use of hybrid facilities, IMO organs agreed to use interim guidance until revised rules of procedure incorporating rules for hybrid meetings were adopted. Following the adoption of the revised rules incorporating hybrid meeting rules, interim guidance has been superseded by the substantive revised rules. Not verbal and circular letters of invitation to the meetings do not now refer to the interim guidance of the organs, since the revised rules of procedure have been adopted by these organs. In the case of the Assembly, the use of the interim guidance was authorized only for the 32nd session. Additionally, the Assembly has just approved its revised rules of procedure incorporating hybrid participation. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général.
Thank you very much, the Secretary General. And given the information provided by the Secretary General, I take it the Assembly notes document A3424. And if there is no objection, it is so decided. Thank you very much. And I would now call on the Sultanate of Oman to introduce document A3422.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة وفد بلادي.
Thank you very much. My country's delegation would like to express its deepest condolences to Hong Kong, China. It is an honor for us to introduce this document dealing with the very important issue of integrity of the procedures followed for remote or hybrid participation. We have acquired a lot of experience in this field over recent years, and we have managed to use hybrid methods for meetings so that we can have broader participation. We've done it in an effective way. But this does lead to practical challenges as well, in particular when it comes to the verification of participants who are remote or in hybrid meetings. And our Sultanate would state that the procedure followed at present is an important one and does not stop a number of different people participating on the same link. And there is no automatic verification instantaneously of the identity of people. And there is no follow-up or verification procedure after the event either. So our suggestion would be that there be a secure system that would allow people to attend. This has no bearing on the rights of member states. It has no bearing on the voting rules either. It's just taking into account digital tools when it comes to the participation of people and for voting. And this does have to be in harmony with the spirit of Article 42, and that is the verification of members present and voting, so that we can verify their identity. What we are suggesting is practical, it's applicable, and has been used and proved elsewhere. And therefore, the Sultanate of Oman would invite the Assembly to look at the draft technical framework annexed to our document and to look at adopting this for these on these occasions. Thank you very much. Now, before I ask the delegations to comment on these points, I would just like to ask the Secretary General to give us some information on this point. Thank you, sir.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, President. And I would like to thank the Sultanate of Oman for their document. And let me take this opportunity to highlight that the integrity and the transparency of remote and hybrid participation is of paramount importance, and it is a joint responsibility of the Secretariat, of delegations, and also participants. The Secretariat is responsible for ensuring the smooth and secure remote connection of delegations to IMO meetings. Member states and observer delegations are required to register their accredited representatives on our online meeting registration system, the OMRS. The Secretariat has rigorous arrangements in place to ensure that only accredited representatives registered by the OMRS coordinator of a delegation receive a unique link so they can access the hybrid platform and then participate in the meeting. This verification system ensures that each remote connection corresponds to an accredited participant registered by the nominated OMRS coordinator of the member state or of the observer delegation. However, the safeguarding and secure use of the individual link provided to a delegation's accredited representative remains the responsibility of the accredited and registered delegate. And the importance of this responsibility cannot be overstated. Many thanks.
Je remercie, Monsieur le
Thank you very much to the Secretary General. And I now open the floor for comments from delegations.
Je ne vois pas.
I don't see any requests for the floor.
Dans ce cas,
therefore, I think that we do need to get further information and to carry out a more in-depth examination of this issue, and I suggest that the Assembly take note of the document, and if there are no objections, it is so decided. Thank you very much. And let me now call on the United Arab Emirates to introduce document A3423, please.
Shukran.
Thank you, Madam President. It is clear that after this session of the Assembly, all IMO bodies would have revised and amended their rules of procedure and harmonized them to the extent possible, including the use of hybrid capabilities and remote voting. It is a fact that no international organization or international conference, no such organization or conference can carry out its function without clearly defined rules of procedure which are intended to protect the rights of individual members. Thus, the introduction of the use of hybrid capabilities within the rules of procedure of all IMO organs may require further explanation on how the rules should be understood, utilized, and applied. In particular, the rules related to the conduct of business and to voting, which are almost similar across all IMO organs and bodies. A detailed knowledge of the rules of procedure can be an essential and helpful tool, not only for delegates attending IMO meetings, but also for individuals who chair or preside a meeting. The UAE is of the view that there is a need to develop an explanatory manual which complements the rules of procedure and which provides guidance or interpretation. And the development of such a manual would require the engagement of member states, including the chairs of various IMO organs and their subsidiary bodies, as well as the Secretariat. Madam President, the two options contained in paragraph 6 provide a potential way forward to develop such a manual if the Council is requested to advance this work. Recognizing that the revised rules of procedure of IMO organs were aligned with those of the UN General Assembly to the extent necessary. It is therefore recommended to consult with the United Nations and its agencies on potential work conducted on the development of an explanatory manual or guidance or interpretation of their respective rules of procedure, which would assist IMO in advancing this work. And maybe in the future, Madam President, the Secretariat may also consider holding a seminar for the delegates as well as the chairs of the respective IMO organs and their subsidiary bodies to explain in detail the rules of procedure of the IMO organs and their application. This could be conducted through the existing orientation seminar, which is held annually for the IMO delegates, or through a dedicated seminar or workshop specifically for this purpose. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much to United Arab Emirates. And before I open the floor to delegates for comments, let me ask the Secretary General to give us some information on this point. Secretary General, please. Thank you, President. And I would like to thank the United Arab Emirates for the interest in providing clarity around the rules of procedure used at the IMO. This subject does deserve detailed consideration, including on the most appropriate means by which this clarity may be achieved. The United Nations have grappled with the same questions of interpretation of the rules of procedure of the General Assembly, and the practice of the UN in this regard is relevant. To support further consideration and to ensure that the IMO's interpretations are not at variance with the United Nations practice, the Secretariat can gather relevant information and provide it to the Council for consideration on this important matter. And this is something that can be put on the agenda. When there's an agenda item on the rules of procedure of the Council, we can add it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary General. Let me now open the floor for comments from delegations.
La délégation d'Indonésie a la parole.
Indonesia, please.
President, Indonesia appreciates the extensive work undertaken to modernize and harmonize the rules of procedure. We fully support the proposed amendments that has been discussed earlier. On the proposal for an explanatory manual by the UAE in document A34/2/3, Indonesia sees merit in developing practical guidance to support consistent application of the rules across IMO organs. Such a manual, however, must remain strictly complementary to the rules of procedures and must not create new interpretations or obligations. In this context, Indonesia supports option 1, the establishment of an open-ended, member-driven working groups. This approach ensures full inclusivity, maintains intergovernmental nature of the organization, and avoids placing interpretative authority in a small panel of experts whose views could inadvertently influence the rules themselves. Importantly, option 1 allows all member states to shape the guidance from the outset, and we will continue to support this when it's being forwarded to the Council for further discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je remercie la délégation.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. I now call on the Sultanate of Oman. Thank you very much, Madam President. My delegation of the Sultanate of Oman supports the document submitted by the UAE. Over the past few years, we have seen important changes made to the rules of procedure of the Council and of committees in order to be able to integrate hybrid means and remote voting. This is part of our current method of working, and with these developments, it is quite clear that the current rules, even if they have been updated, do need some form of explanation so that they can be clarified, so that they can be easier to understand, so that they can be uniformly applied. So having an explanatory manual would be very useful and very important for the work of the organisation. It would help us reinforce transparency, ensure that there is common understanding of procedures and the application of the rules, ensure that the rules are more precisely applied and are in line with international standing. So we fully support this idea to have an explanatory manual. Thank you very much. And I now call on the Philippines, please.
Oui, je vous en prie, please.
Yes, floor is yours, Philippines.
Thank you, Madam President. The Philippines sends its thoughts and prayers to the people of Hong Kong, China, and stands in solidarity with them as they address the recent fires. The Philippines extends its gratitude to the United Arab Emirates for its proposal to develop an explanatory manual on the rules of procedure of all IMO organs. We recognize the importance of having a clear and authoritative reference, especially in light of recent procedural updates related to hybrid meetings and remote voting. As these changes introduce added complexity, a comprehensive guide would greatly support both delegates and presiding officers in applying the rules consistently and effectively. The Philippines appreciates the two options outlined for developing the manual and submit our preference outlined in option 2. That is the creation of a geographically representative group of experts, which we opine is the more efficient and harmonized approach. This method would allow experts with relevant experience to develop a unified draft of all IMO organs, which can then be refined by a Joint Council Committee working group. The Philippines likewise support the proposal to draw on the practices of the United Nations and its agencies, as noted in paragraph 7, to enhance coherence and benefit from established institutional experience. Accordingly, the Philippines recommends that the Assembly endorse option 2 as the preferred path forward. We likewise welcome the proposal to hold a workshop or seminar to build delegates' understanding of the rules of procedure and their practical application. The Philippines stands ready to contribute to the development of the manual and looks forward to supporting this significant initiative. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Assembly, Madam President.
Je remercie les Philippines.
Thank you, Philippines. I now call on Norway, please.
Thank you, Madam President. We will also like to express our deepest condolences to Hong Kong, China for the devastating losses after the fire yesterday. To the matter at hand, we thank the United Arab Emirates for their document proposing to develop an explanatory manual which complements and provides guidance or interpretation of the rules of procedure. As mentioned by the United Arab Emirates, all committees have now carried out a revision of their respective rules of procedure and harmonized them to the extent possible, as well as including the use of hybrid capabilities and remote voting. Having clear and understandable rules of procedures is vital to an efficient management and the decision-making process of all organs of the IMO, including the Assembly. And this delegation is of the opinion that there is a merit in the need for a clear understanding to ensure a holistic interpretation of important rules across all committees. Madam President, the document before us today merits a comprehensive consideration as the alternative interpretation therein proposed requires, in our opinion, the Council's consideration, and we suggest that the document from the United Arab Emirates is forwarded to the Council for further discussion. Thank you.
Je remercie la Norvège.
Thank you, Norway. Brazil is next, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Brazil extends condolences and heartfelt sympathies to the people of Hong Kong, China, in the wake of the tragic fire. On the matter at hand, the Brazilian delegation thanks the UAE for submitting the document and supports the proposal in general that requests further consideration by the Council. Merci, la Présidente.
Thank you.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you. Greece next, please.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, we would like to express our deepest condolences to the victims of the tragic incident in Hong Kong, China. Very briefly, we express our appreciation to United Arab Emirates for the submission and presentation of document A34/2/3. Greece supports the proposal of UAE with preference to option 1. Thank you.
Je remercie la Grèce.
Thank you. Greece, United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Madam President, and congratulations on your appointment. Let me start by expressing the sincere condolences of the United Kingdom to all those affected by the tragic fire last night in Hong Kong, China. On a happier note, I would like to thank all the delegations providing refreshments and entertainment this week. We are so grateful for your hospitality, and we have really enjoyed seeing the best of our multicultural, multilingual IMO this week. I would like to thank the delegation of the UAE for their paper A34/2/3 and for their continued dedication to the good governance and efficient working practices of this organisation, including the important role they have played in the harmonisation of rules of procedure. With regards to the proposal to develop an explanatory manual to provide guidance or interpretation of the rules of procedure, the United Kingdom is mindful that such a document would not necessarily be a straightforward exercise and of the potential draw on the valuable time and resources of both Member States and Secretariat. We thank the Secretary-General for the additional information and can support the suggestion to gather relevant information from the UN and for the Council to study the proposal in more detail and make a recommendation as to the way forwards. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the United Kingdom, and I give the floor to Sweden.
Thank you, Madam President. Sweden acknowledged the need for clear and effective procedures, and we agree with the UAE that it is important to ensure the members of the organization have the same understanding and make the same interpretation of the ROP. We therefore appreciate the proposal from UAE in document 2.3. Sweden believes the interpretation of the rules of procedures need to be thoroughly discussed by all organs, as the ROP have been aligned and the interpretation therefore affects all. In our view, it is also important to invite all organs to have the opportunity to analyze and describe any problems or unclarities with the ROPs they have encountered. Sweden would therefore support that the Assembly instructs the Council to analyze the need for clarification of the ROP in an inclusive manner that involves all committees and members of the organization, and that work also considers and decides on how to spread the result of this work in the best and most effective manner. We therefore support the approach as mentioned by the Secretary-General. We believe the proposals by the UAE in 2.3 can provide valuable input to the work when discussed in Council. Thank you.
Je remercie la Suède.
I thank Sweden. I think that now we have earned our coffee. So I give the floor to the delegation of Brazil.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Distinguished delegates, it's my pleasure to invite you to join us at the Delegates Lounge for a Brazilian coffee. Unfortunately, will be no caipirinhas. Nobody deserves caipirinhas in the morning, please. It's just Thursday. Only Guaraná and coffee. Thank you so much. Muito obrigado. Merci beaucoup.
Muito obrigada et on se retrouve à 11h30.
11:30 then. See you back here.
S'il vous plaît, je vous invite à regagner vos sièges et nous allons poursuivre sous ce.
Yes, please sit down. We're going to carry on with this point on the agenda. Please keep it as brief as possible if you are going to take the floor. We don't want to spend the entire weekend here. The floor goes to the United States of America first.
Thank you, Madam President. We appreciate the UAE's papers and a recommendation to enhance familiarity with the IMO's rules of procedure for delegations and for chairs, and align ourselves with Sweden, the UK, and others. We are open to various potential approaches, but believe the Secretariat should lead this effort with member state input rather than an open-ended work group. We welcome the opportunity to further discussions on this topic and be part of whatever process may be established. Thank you, Madam.
Je remercie la délégation.
I thank the delegation of the United States, and I call upon the delegation of Germany.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, we would like to express our condolences to Hong Kong, China, concerning the terrible fires in Hong Kong, and we would like to express our solidarity with the families and the victims. Thank you. Germany thanks the UAE for their proposal of developing an explanatory manual for further clarification of the rules of procedure, as well as both options on a way forward. From the German point of view, the Council should first discuss and decide on the need to adapt the rules of procedure or on the development of an explanatory manual for the Assembly, but also for the Council. Further steps and content should then be discussed in an open-ended working group on Council reform. Germany is of the opinion that a working group and not a group of experts should be set up for an inclusive and transparent process and the further development of the rules of procedure. Germany therefore calls for the present proposal to be submitted to the Council 137 for further discussions. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank Germany, and I give the floor to Chile.
Thank you very much, President, and good day. First of all, our deep condolences to the delegation of Hong Kong, China, on the terrible loss of life. And thank you very much to Brazil for coffee in the Guaraná, which gives us a lot of energy. Thank you to the delegation of the UAE for having submitted this document on the explanatory manual to look at ensuring there is common understanding of the rules of procedure, in particular at decisive moments. We need to make sure that no valid opinions are lost because we don't know how to properly interpret things. So I think that it is also important that we look at the rules of procedure and make sure that its legal value is to be guidelines rather than legislative. We think that the best of the alternatives is option one, to have an open-ended council working group on an explanatory memorandum. And then we do think that the manual is a good idea, and that we think in the future perhaps we ought to have something that is digital and open access, to have something on the platform that is then practical advice for all delegations. And we think that this is something that should be looked at in depth in the Council, and then perhaps hear also from the Secretary General after we've done that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I now call upon Japan.
Thank you, President. And we thank Brazil for the coffee. We thank UAE for the submission. Japan shares the view with the UAE that all member states should have clear and common understanding on the agreed rules of procedure. In order to do so, in our understanding, each member state should familiarize itself with the existing documents, namely the rules of procedure and relevant circulars such as the organization, method, and method of work. Japan understands and appreciates that all member states are currently granted with full access to the full text of those agreed texts through the IMO platform already. On the other hand, we must be cautious that if IMO develops multiple formats of documents in addition to those we have now, it may cause complexity and unintended confusion or misunderstanding among the member states. We wish to avoid that. Japan very much appreciates the intention behind the proposal to develop an explanatory manual, but in our view, careful consideration will be necessary to avoid such unintended confusion or additional burdens or misunderstanding among us. The IMO Rules of Procedure, by definition, is a de facto manual intended to help member states to participate in a meeting in a smooth and consistent way. We do not wish to develop a duplicated format of rules nor additional manual for the manual. So while we appreciate and understand the intention of the proposal, at this moment, further consideration on the need to such an additional manual will be necessary. We believe that the Council could further consider the need of such proposal, together with relevant information in the how their conduct is done in the other UN bodies would be helpful, as suggested by the Secretary General. Thank you.
Je remercie le...
I thank Japan, and I now call upon Canada.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Our deepest condolences to those affected by the terrible apartment fires in Hong Kong, China. Our thoughts are with all the victims, their families, and the people in their communities. And as this is the first time since taking the floor, I would like to congratulate yourself and the Vice Presidents for your election. Canada extends appreciation to the United Arab Emirates for this submission. We agree with the United Arab Emirates that clarity, understanding, and education on the rules of procedure are critical to ensuring a transparent and efficient organization. We agree with Norway, Brazil, Sweden, and others to instruct the Council to determine how to move forward with this work in an efficient and effective manner. As the current rules of procedure of the IMO organs were aligned to the greatest extent possible with that of the UN General Assembly, we ask the Secretariat to consult with the UN General Assembly and other relevant bodies to identify and share existing products or documents that could support and inform Council on this matter. Thank you, President.
Je remercie.
I thank Canada, and I now call upon Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, President, and thank you very much to Brazil for the lovely coffee and the cheese bread. Thank you to the UAE for the document they have submitted on having an explanatory manual on the rules of procedure aligned with the practice of the United Nations. We agree with the comments made by a number of delegations, and we would just like to say, as the United Kingdom have as well, that it will be necessary to think about any possible additional costs that this would imply, and also, as Chile said, that we do need an open-ended working group to look at this, and therefore we suggest that this be submitted to Council for their consideration. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le Mexique.
I thank Mexico. I now call upon Spain.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President. We too would like to offer our condolences to the delegation of Hong Kong, China. And on the matter at hand, and trying to be as brief as possible, we share what was said by Norway, Brazil, and the United Kingdom, also the United States. We would like to make a couple of comments when it comes to the historical memory of the ROP, of the different bodies of the IMO, and in line with what we have from the UAE in their document, which we thank them for, on an open-ended working group on council reform. Let me remind you that the council has finished its reform work, and on the second option, having an expert group, let me also remind you that the Council agreed to look at the revision of the rules of procedures through a working group on the rules of procedure. So we do think it's a good idea for the Council to carry on examining this issue, considering this issue, looking at any guidelines that we may get from the Secretariat on the rules of procedure of the Assembly and in general. But finally, we would also like to echo Japan's call for caution on what the aim of this process of drawing up an explanatory manual would be, because we would not like to see us having to have yet another explanatory manual to explain the first explanatory manual. We don't need that happening. Thank you very much.
Gracias a la España.
Thank you very much to Spain. And I now call upon the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, we thank Brazil for refreshment this morning. Our delegation wishes to thank the United Arab Emirates for submitting document A3423 and for presenting a thoughtful and constructive proposal on the development of an explanatory manual for the rules of procedure of IMO organs. We fully agree that following the extensive revisions and harmonization of the rules of procedures across the Council, committees, and the Assembly, there is no clear and timely need for a consolidated interpretative manual to support their consistent and effective application. In this regard, our delegation expresses its support for option 2 after consideration by Council. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Iran. I now give the floor to the Republic of Korea.
Merci, Madam President. First of all, we also join the many delegation remarks which are the sincere and the deepest condolences and the solidarity on the tragic fire at Hong Kong, China. On the matter hand, we thanks to the UAE for bringing this important matter to the Assembly and agreed to the intention of this proposal in general. So we are in the similar view with Norway, Brazil, and others that sending this proposal to the Council for further development and discussion, together with the information which was mentioned by the Secretary General. Thank you, Chair. President.
I thank the Republic of Korea, and I now call upon Kuwait.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I would like to express to the delegation of Hong Kong and China, we would like to express our condolences, and we wish the early recovery for all those affected. And we would like to congratulate you for being elected as president, and we thank the Brazil for the coffee break. And we would like to thank the UAE with regards to the manual. As for the hybrid system, we consider that all countries, all member states need to try at least once this hybrid system so that they see whether they are capable of using it or not in case they need to. And thus, and only then, will the challenges be very apparent. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Kuwait, and I call upon the Russian Federation. Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the Russian delegation, may I thank the Brazilians for the coffee break, which they supplied. Now, as far as the issue under discussion is concerned, here we are grateful to the UAE for initiating this issue. We completely agree with the authors of the paper that the procedure for work, particularly in hybrid format, should be clear and understandable, should be available for all participants. And of course, then we need further clarification. Since this is something which affects everybody, to limit ourselves just to experts or to the countries which are members of the Council, we think is not the right approach. And for that reason, we support the developing of a document as proposed by the UAE. And in our view, the correct approach would be to set up a working group which would be open-ended and available to all parties to the IMO. Thank you.
Je remercie la délégation.
I thank the delegation of Russia, and I call upon the Marshall Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Firstly, we would like to express our sincere condolences to Hong Kong, China. And as this is the first time that we've spoken, we'd like to thank all those that have hosted us this week with My Expanding Waistline. And most importantly, to all the kindness that is being shown by everyone this week. It's most humbling, Madam President. We align with all those that have urged caution. We can align with the comments of Spain, Germany, Japan, and others. We believe that we should go to Council, if this goes, with an open mind before making any decision on what we need. I think we believe that we need to have a good discussion and what the problems have been. Madam Chair, obviously the Marshall Islands supports an open-ended council working group. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie les...
I thank the Marshall Islands, and I now call upon Gambia.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving us the floor. And since this is the first time we are taking the floor, we want to congratulate you on your election. We also want to thank Brazil for the coffee. This delegation joins the previous delegation expressing our deepest sympathy with the people of Hong Kong, China, for the recent fire tragedy. We thank UAE for introducing A35/2/3 and agrees generally with the intention and spirit expressed in the document. This delegation supports option 1 that proposes an open-ended group on council reform. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la...
I thank Gambia, and I now call upon China.
Thank you, Madam President. This delegation would like to thank UAE for submitting the document. We have listened closely to the interventions of the previous delegations, and we agree that this matter should be referred to the Council for further consideration. And this delegation supports the views expressed by Spain, Japan, the Marshall Islands, and other delegations. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
I thank China, and I give the floor to Algeria.
صباح الخير.
Good morning. Allow me first to express my condolences to Hong Kong, China, and we express our sympathy for all the lost and the injured. As to the matter at hand, Algeria agrees with the view of the Secretary General to refer the matter to the Council to consider it. And we should not restrict ourselves to just the idea of an explanatory manual that would be an explanation to a previous manual. Thank you.
Je remercie l'Algérie.
I thank Algeria, and I also take note of the fact that there has been a motion to support improved precision for the rules of procedure. So I suggest that the Assembly send this matter to Council 137, and I also propose that the Assembly request the Secretariat to provide information to the Council on the practice of the United Nations with regard to explanation of the rules of procedure of the UN General Assembly and other bodies as appropriate. If there is no objection, it is so decided. Thank you. And we now move on to item 18, which is resource management. I intend to send the documents to Committee 1 to examine them in detail, and I would like to invite the Secretary General to provide an overview of the matters under consideration. You have the floor, sir.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Effectively managing our resources is an essential component of organisational effectiveness. And the Secretariat is entrusted with resources by our member states in order to effectively deliver what is an expanding and complex work programme. And I am very conscious both that those resources are not unlimited and that the organisation does not operate in a vacuum, but rather in a world where profound financial challenges are faced by many. Our continued financial health and resilience rely on the trust that comes from using those resources transparently and effectively, and always having efficiency in mind. At the heart of the organisation's financial health are the contributions to the organisation's work made by our member states through the annual assessment, and in particular its timely collection. And in this regard, I am pleased to report that our position when it comes to the collection of funds remains healthy, with 97.35% of the current year's contributions paid as at 31st of October of this year. These rates of collection compare favourably with previous years, and indeed, I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to, they compare favourably with the situation elsewhere in the United Nations system. So thank you very much to all of you. In document A3418A, more information is provided to the Assembly. And the Assembly may also wish to note that since the issuance of document A3418A, funds have been received from 17 member states towards the full or partial settlement of their 2025 assessments. And that brings the collection rate as of today to 98.05%. The document also provides a status report of the member states falling under the provision of Article 61, again as at the 31st of October 2025, and those that were granted a waiver at the 33rd session of the Assembly. This matter has already been addressed by the Assembly under Agenda Item 4. And since the 31st of October of this year, the Republic of Zambia and the Republic of Mozambique have paid their assessment for 2024 in full, and so no longer fall under the provision of Article 61. Nevertheless, it is important that we maintain our focus in this area in order to avoid any future liquidity problems. the strong message sent by the Assembly and the Council on the application of Article 61 of the IMO Convention is directly linked to our excellent record in this regard. And therefore, we encourage all member states to pay their contributions on a timely basis and for early settlement of any outstanding amounts. I have referred to the importance of transparency and accountability in the way we use our resources. And in this context, I am pleased to also report that we have received from our external auditors unqualified audit opinions on the financial periods for 2023 and 2024. And both of these were reported under the International Public Sector Accounting Standards, or IPSAS. These matters are presented to the Assembly in document A34, 18B. The final sub-item is 18C, and it looks ahead to my proposals on the organisation's results-based budget for the 2026-2027 biennium, which supports the delivery of the organisation's strategic plan and its work programme as a whole for that same period. And one of my priorities has been to further enhance the Secretariat's efficiency in a way which allows us to meet the expectations of our member states and rise to new challenges, all while maintaining the budget at a level which is as low as practicable. In submitting the budget outline to the Council, I provided a clear view of the reforms which have been made and the efficiencies delivered, and their combined impact on the budget proposal. I will continue to update you on efficiency gains as we seek to use technology to improve our work and to identify opportunities to reallocate resources while maintaining the quality of delivery which you expect. And in this work, I have been guided and supported by the Council, who approved the budget outline in principle in July, before considering and recommending the final proposals last week. Document A34 18C Addendum 1 contains the outcomes of the Council's deliberations and its recommendation for the adoption of a resolution on the 2026-2027 results-based budget. These are challenging times, but I am pleased to say that the organisation faces them in a strong financial position, a strength which has as its core the partnership and trust between the membership and the Secretariat. And I believe that under the direction of the Council, we will be able to ensure once again a successful response to the new challenges which may lie ahead of us. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for these points. And now I would call upon delegations to give us their general responses to the material which the Secretary General has just presented and the further information which he provided. Bear in mind that Committee 1 will be considering this matter in detail.
J'invite la Fédération de Russie.
Спасибо.
Russian Federation. Madam President, first and foremost, may we offer thanks to the Secretariat for this very full information which they've provided us. And I'd like to congratulate our Secretary General and the Secretariat as well for the whole organization, in fact, with the financial success of this aspect. It shows that all the members of this organization trust the organization and want to work with the IMO. Madam President, Secretary General, I asked for the floor to provide information. The figure given by the Secretary General is actually no longer relevant, because now it's more like 100%, closer to 100%, because our arrears have been paid recently. So in line 130 of Annex 1 to document 18A, you can make the relevant amendment there. And could I use this opportunity to say how grateful we are to the Secretary General for his very active work in finding ways to allow my country to pay its dues, given that it's not financial problems that we face, but it's problems in how exactly to get our dues through to the Secretariat's account. So thank you again for working together with us on this, and we're confident that in the future too we'll find ways to pay on time. Thank you.
Je remercie la Fédération.
Thank you very much to the Russian Federation. Indonesia, please, next.
Madam President, Indonesia thanks the Secretary General for presenting the financial reports and audited financial statements for 2023 and 2024. And we welcome the unqualified opinions issued by the external auditor. These results provide confidence in the transparency, stability, and soundness of the organization's financial management under the IPSAS framework. Indonesia supports the approval of the audited financial statements as set out in the draft resolutions in the annex. We consider it important that future reports continue to highlight not only financial compliance, but also emerging risks that may affect the organization's long-term financial resilience, including those linked to the timeliness of members' contribution and the sustainability of funds that support technical cooperation. Indonesia therefore supports the adoption of the draft resolution and expresses appreciation for the professionalism of the external auditor and the Secretariat. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie l'Indonésie et j'invite à...
Thank you very much, Indonesia. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria commends the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the timely presentation of the audited financial statement for the year ended 31 December 2023 and 2024, as well as the accompanying reports of the external auditors. We note with satisfaction that the organization once again received unqualified audit opinion, a reflection of the IMO's sound financial stewardship, transparency, and continued adherence to the international public sector accounting standards. This high standard of accountability reinforces member states' confidence in the organization's management of resources and its commitment to efficiency and value for money in program delivery. Nigeria particularly welcomes the Secretariat's sustained effort to improve financial discipline, optimize resource utilization, and aligns expenditure with organization's strategic objectives for 2024-2029. We underscore the importance of maintaining prudent fiscal management practice while ensuring that adequate resources are directed toward technical cooperation, capacity building, and implementation for support for developing countries in line with the IMO's commitment to inclusivity. In this regard, Nigeria fully supports the adoption of the External Auditor's report and the associated draft resolution and reaffirm its confidence in IMO's governance framework to ensure that financial integrity remains central to the IMO's organization's operational policy. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie le Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. If there are no further requests for the floor, let me give the floor to the Secretary General before we conclude. Secretary General. Thank you very much, President, and thank you to the distinguished delegation of the Russian Federation. Thank you to you, and I can promise you that the Secretariat will be continuing to act proactively so that we can tackle any problems that any member states have when it comes to actually making the payment of their contributions. And given all the problems that we have been facing, we will, of course, update that document as soon as possible. We are actually just getting confirmation through, but thank you very much indeed for having given us that information. Thank you.
Je remercie le secrétaire.
Thank you, Secretary General, for that. I propose that documents A3418A, A3418B, and A3418C and its addendum be referred to Committee 1 for detailed consideration. And if there is no objection to that, it is so decided. Thank you. And we now move on to point 19 of the agenda. This is the IMO number scheme. And I will ask the Secretary General to introduce item 19 and the addendum on this regulatory framework point. The floor is yours, Secretary General.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Document A3419 and its addendum present the outcomes of a review aimed at enhancing the efficiency of the Secretariat. And this review evaluated the regulatory framework for the IMO Ship Identification Number Scheme, the IMO Unique Company and Registered Owner Identification Number Scheme, and the tonnage assessment calculation.
De las contribuciones prorrateadas por Arqueo.
The tonnage assessment calculation. Thank you. This review, which also considered relevant United Nations practices, informed the proposals for draft Assembly resolutions on the integrated IMO identification number scheme and the apportionment of expenses among member states. At its 134th session, the Council reviewed these proposals and invited the Secretary-General to submit revised versions for consideration at its 135th session, with a view to adoption by the Assembly. Subsequently, the Council at its 135th session approved the draft Assembly resolution on the integrated IMO identification number scheme, as set out in Annex 1 of the addendum to document A3419, as well as the draft Assembly resolution on the apportionment of expenses among member states, which is set out in Annex 2 of the addendum to that same document. These resolutions have now been submitted for consideration and adoption by the Assembly. Thank you, President. Thank you very much to the Secretary-General for that introduction. And the floor is now open for any general comments from delegations on the draft Assembly resolution on the IMO Integrated Identification Scheme, as set out in Annex 1 of the addendum to document A3419, and the draft Assembly resolution on the apportionment of expenses among member states, which is set out in Annex 2 of the addendum to document A3419. And I propose that we refer these annexes, these documents, to Committee 1 for their detailed consideration.
J'invite le Danemark.
Denmark, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to everyone. Firstly, we would like to join others in
extending our sincere condolences to the delegation of Hong Kong, China for the tragic fire that we have recently learned about. As for the matter at hand, Denmark sincerely thanks the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the information provided in the document. As we also mentioned at the previous council meeting, Denmark attaches great importance to the proper functioning of the IMO identification number schemes. We consider the integration of ship, company and owner identification systems essential to reducing fraud, enhancing transparency and tracking, and strengthening international cooperation on maritime security. Consolidating the current fragmented provisions into a coherent and streamlined framework is crucial for ensuring the consistent implementation across all member states. Denmark therefore reaffirms its support for the adoption of the Assembly resolutions on the integrated IMO identification number scheme and apportionment of expenses among member states, respectively. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie le Danemark.
Thank you very much, Denmark. Australia next, please.
Thank you, President. Australia welcomes the Secretary-General's initiative to harmonise the regulatory framework for IMO identification schemes and tonnage assessments. These measures will provide particular benefits for states with small administrations by reducing administrative complexity and making it easier to detect and prevent maritime fraud. We support efforts to enhance governance and transparency, consistent with audit recommendations and UN best practice. Australia supports the adoption of the draft resolutions and commends the Secretariat's commitment to clarity and consistency. We also emphasise the importance of stakeholder engagement and robust oversight mechanisms to maintain integrity and trust in these schemes. Thank you.
Je remercie l'Australie.
Thank you very much. Australia, the Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Madam President. And first of all, allow me to join others by conveying our heartfelt sympathy and condolences to the delegation of Hong Kong, China, and to the relatives of the victims of the terrible accident that was brought to our attention. On the matter at hand, my delegation thanks the Secretary-General for the information provided, and my delegation supports the adoption of both draft resolutions, and in particular welcomes the review of the regulatory framework for the IMO ship identification number scheme, which reinforces the ability of the organization to combat the practice of fraudulent certificates and substandard ships. Regrettably, we have detected an increasing trend in the number of ships with false flag of countries of our kingdom. Besides St. Martin, also Aruba and Curaçao are affected. We try to actively make other states aware of this issue and the fact that Aruba and St. Martin do not even have international flag registers. As also addressed in the statement of our minister earlier this week, I reiterate that these ships undermine the conventions established by the organization and are a serious threat to maritime safety, ports and the environment, and they negatively affect coastal states as they potentially pose an increased risk for maritime accidents. I also recall the very appropriate statement yesterday by the distinguished representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo on fraudulent certificates and its detrimental impact on global shipping. not only in terms of safety and marine environment, but also on economies and many other aspects. In this respect, it is of utmost importance that the IMO continues to consider the issue on fraudulent certificates and substandard shipping a priority. We remain committed to working together with the organization and the member states to address this issue, and we will actively participate in discussions on this important topic in the Legal Committee. Thank you, Madam President, and happy Thanksgiving to the United States.
Je remercie.
Thank you very much to the Netherlands, and I will now give the floor indeed to the United States. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. The United States thanks the Secretariat, external auditors, and member states who, under the leadership of the Secretary General, undertook the review of the IMO number scheme. The review validated the existing structure, strengthens the documented connection between the ship, registered owners, and companies, and suggests important clarifications. The IMO number schemes are an important tool that enhances maritime safety, security, and pollution prevention, and combats fraud. The United States supports this initiative and welcomes the continued efforts in this area. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie les États-Unis.
Thank you very much. And the floor now goes to France. Thank you very much, President. This delegation would like to thank the Secretariat for this draft resolution on the IMO integrated number system put to the Assembly for validation and then to the Council. This resolution does provide significant improvements in terms of transparency, consistency in the management of the database of the IMO numbers for companies and for ships. And in particular, it asks Secretariat and S&P Global to carry out a continued monitoring of the data, also asks member states to carry out periodic verification and to let the supplier know in case of any inconsistencies. This delegation thinks that together these two actions will reinforce the role that this delegation would like to see for this database in GSIS, and so that basically something that would be able to provide to the international community in real time something that is easily accessible in digital format, giving us the most up-to-date information, most reliable information on a ship, on its flag, its registry, and the operator. Now, we are at a time when we're seeing more and more false registries and people flying false flags, and these are being denounced by the member states. But this database will be a critical element for us to shoulder our responsibilities as flag, port, and coastal states when we fight against the issue of the shadow fleet. And so, as a source, as reference, this would allow us to also avoid having a multiplication of alternative sources of information and databases with partial information, which would just lead to incomprehension. And we would also like to support the Secretariat in the consolidation of this into a circular letter that will be sent out later. Thank you, France. The Philippines now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, we thank Brazil for the coffee and pastries this morning. As to the matter at hand, the Philippines expresses its deep appreciation to the Secretary General for presenting document A34/19 Add 1, which represents two important draft Assembly resolutions, namely the IMO Integrated Identification Number Scheme and the apportionment of expenses among member states. We commend the Council for their diligent and extensive work in preparing these draft resolutions, which aim to enhance maritime safety, security, transparency, and the equitable financing of the organization. With regard to the IMO Integrated International Number Scheme, the Philippines staunchly supports the formal integration of the ship, the company, and the registered owner identification numbers. We welcome the verification process by flag states to maintain data integrity and reliability, as well as the expansion of the scheme to include mandatory coverage for certain vessels under SOLAS and voluntary coverage for additional vessels such as fishing ships measuring over 12 meters on international voyages. We likewise support the adoption of the draft resolution to establish a single, harmonized policy framework, including the appropriate amendment to previous resolutions that are inconsistent therewith. On the apportionment of expenses, the Philippines recognizes the importance of a clear and fair financing method for the organization's budget. We support the revised principles linking the tonnage assessment to the verified GISIS data, ensuring transparencies and consistency. In sum, the Philippines fully support the Assembly's adoption of both resolutions to strengthen the IMO's operational and financial frameworks. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Je remercie les Philippines.
Thank you very much to the Philippines. Nigeria is next, please.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria commends the Secretary General for the comprehensive review of the regulatory framework governing the IMO Ship Identification Number Scheme. The IMO Unique Company and Registered Owner Identification Number Scheme and the tonnage assessment calculations. We note with appreciation the Secretariat's initiatives to enhance efficiency, transparency, and governance in line with international best practices and the recommendation of the external auditors. Nigeria recognizes the central role of the Integrated IMO Identification Number Scheme in ensuring maritime safety, security, and accountability, particularly as it supports traceability across global fleet, promotes compliance with IMO instruments, and strengthens the integrity of maritime data. We further commend the Council for its careful deliberation and constructive guidance on the draft Assembly resolutions, which provides a robust foundation for harmonization and modernization of these critical systems. Nigeria strongly supports the continued development and adoption of the Integrated IMO Identification Number Scheme alongside a fair and transparent apportionment of expenses among member states, as they represent essential pillars for a more efficient and equitable organization. We underscore that an integrated and transparent data governance system will particularly benefit developing maritime nations, enabling better monitoring, capacity building, and participation in the global maritime framework. Nigeria therefore encourages swift adoption of the proposed resolution once finalized by the Council, confident that they will reinforce trust, efficiency, and inclusivity in the administration of the IMO technical and regulatory process, thereby strengthening the organization's capacity to deliver on its mandate. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la délégation.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. Before we break for lunch, let me ask Finland to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations to you and other high officials elected at the beginning of this assembly. Our heartfelt condolences to the victims of the devastating fire in Hong Kong, China. We honor the courage of the rescue crews still working on site. Finland thanks the Secretary General for the document A34/19 on harmonization of the regulatory framework related to the IMO number scheme. Our delegation attaches great importance to this issue, which in many ways underpins safe, regulated shipping around the globe. Finland aligns itself with the comments by Denmark, the Netherlands, US, France, the Philippines, and others. We call upon all delegations to adopt these Assembly resolutions on the integrated IMO identification number scheme. Madam President, we must do all we can to act against substandard shipping all around the world. It is our responsibility as flag, port, and coastal states. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je remercie la délégation.
Thank you very much, Finland. And I think that the UAE may have an announcement to make. but I'm not sure that the delegation is here. Perhaps they are already out there holding the fort because they are inviting us all to lunch on the first floor in the delegates' lounge. See you back here at 2:30 this afternoon.
discuss from the MSD side.
And then if you guys are not ready.
Oh my God.
Chères représentantes et chers représentants, j'espère.
Delegates, I do hope that you've all had an excellent lunch and a break. And we're now going to call the meeting to order. We're on agenda item 19, Thailand. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, this delegation would like to thank UAE for the wonderful lunch receptions. For the matter at hand, this delegation commends the Secretary General for submitting document A34/19 and 34/19 at once, which contain the final version of the draft Assembly resolution on the integrated IMO identification number scheme and the draft Assembly resolution on the apportionment of expense among member states. This delegation welcomes the introduction of a periodic verification process by the flag state of the content in the GSIS database of their ships, company, and register owner identification numbers to ensure the accuracy and integrity of the information. This delegation strongly believes that this initiative will prevent the fraudulent registration and fraudulent registry of ships. In conclusion, Madam President, we support the adoption of both draft Assembly resolution, which, in our opinion, will enhance the regulatory framework for the integrated IMO identification number scheme, as well as tonnage assessment. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Thailand. Thank you for being so brief, and I invite all delegations to do the same. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. South Africa extends its sincere appreciation to all delegations that have sponsored or hosted the various coffee breaks and receptions to date. My delegation thanks the Secretary General for introducing document A34/19 and for the careful and constructive work undertaken in developing the revised draft Assembly resolutions contained in its annexes, which we have fully considered. The updated and revised draft Assembly resolution on the integrated IMO identification number scheme represents an important step in strengthening transparency, traceability, and the integrity of the global maritime system. South Africa therefore acknowledges the value of ensuring that the scheme remains robust and aligned with evolving regulatory and technological developments. Regarding the draft Assembly resolution on the apportionment of expenses among member states, we recognize the importance of maintaining a fair, consistent, and sustainable approach to the distribution of the organization's expenses, ensuring that the financial framework continues to reflect the principles of equity and collective responsibility. Therefore, Madam Chair, South Africa expresses its support for the two draft resolutions as presented by the Secretary General. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie l'Afrique du Sud.
Thank you, South Africa. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank UAE for the delicious lunch sponsored. We thank the Secretary General for submitting the document and the introduction thereof. Our delegation supports the adoption of the Assembly resolutions. At the same time, we note that certain requirements set out in the resolution may pose practical challenges in implementation. For example, provisions concerning the assignment of IMO identification numbers at the time of ship registration, as well as the requirement for entities to notify the competent authorities within 1 month after applying for the assignment of our IMO identification number. In this regard, our delegation suggests that when developing the follow-up procedures, the Secretariat invite the Maritime Safety Committee to conduct in-depth discussions on the potential implementation issues relating to certain provisions. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la...
Thank you, China. Malawi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. We want to join others in thanking all the delegations that have offered us their hospitality this week, gifts, and also showcasing their fine culture, which we enjoyed. And we also want to join others in expressing condolences to the delegation of Hong Kong for the loss of lives in a tragic loss. Malawi would like to thank the Secretariat for the documents that have been presented, and we want to support the revised integrated IMO identification number scheme. Malawi being a victim of fraudulent registration, we are of the view that this is an important step towards strengthening data integrity, transparency, improving traceability, and reinforcing the integrity of the global maritime regulatory system. A consistent message has emerged from across the membership that we need a concrete action to eliminate fraudulent ship registries. For this reason, Malawi underscores the need for targeted technical assistance, digital modernization, support, and also sustained institutional strengthening, particularly for the most capacity-constrained states like Malawi. Therefore, Malawi stands ready to cooperate with the organization and with all member states to advance this collective agenda and to ensure that the global maritime system is secure, transparent, and resilient. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie le Malawi.
Thank you, Malawi. Estonia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon. Since this is the first time we take the floor, I would like to use this opportunity to thank delegations for the receptions and our sincere condolences to China concerning the recent fire in Hong Kong. And now to the matter of the hand. The current IMO numbering schemes have served the maritime sector well, but they no longer fully meet the needs of a modern, digital, and increasingly transparent global shipping industry. A new integrated numbering scheme is needed to ensure consistent identification of ships, owners, and operators across their entire life cycle. To reduce administrative complexity and to close gaps that allow consistent data or opaque ownership structures, a modernized system will strengthen safety, improve compliance monitoring, and support more efficient registries and data exchange between states. Updating the scheme is therefore essential for enhancing maritime governance and supporting a more transparent and trusted global shipping system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je remercie l'Estonie.
Thank you. Comoros, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, les Comores, comme c'est la première.
As this is the first time our delegation has taken the floor, we would like to congratulate you, President, on your election. We, as previous speakers have done so, we would like to express our condolences to the People's Republic of China. We continue our work against the shadow fleet and fraudulent registration. We have removed many ships on the Comoros list, but also sanctioned vessels as well. The proposal here, the two draft resolutions are supported by our delegations, and we would like to call upon the Secretary General of the IMO and port state control states to provide our delegation with assistance to help us mobilize vessels, and next year to come and work with us to improve our system for registration and for controls and checks and operation. Thank you.
Je remercie les Comores.
Thank you. Gambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I thought the Gambia would be the last to comment on this point, so that I will cap it for everybody that has spoken before us. However, there are people. Thank you, Madam President. We thank UAE for sumptuous launch. To the matter at hand, we want to thank the Secretary General and the Secretariat for introducing these important documents that will undoubtedly enhance vessel registration, certification, and prevent fraudulent registration. Madam President, many countries are suffering silently with the menace of fraudulent certification whilst combating its hunger. Its menace is similar to a viral infection that spreads quickly and difficult to control and eliminate. The Gambia aligned itself with the ideals that propose a strategic modernization of IMO's regulatory framework as provided in the draft Assembly resolutions, ensuring in particular stronger governance and oversight, fairer financial arrangements, greater efficiency and harmonization, enhanced compliance and credibility, improve global maritime safety and sustainability. This delegation therefore supports draft Assembly resolutions associated with these documents. Thank you.
Je remercie la Gambie.
Thank you, Gambia. I now give the floor to Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Malaysia wishes first to convey its sincere appreciation for your appointment, Madam Chair, as President of the Assembly, and extend its full confidence in your stewardship of this session. We also express our heartfelt condolences to the people and the government of Hong Kong, China, following the recent tragic fire, and trust that the recovery efforts will bring swift relief and restoration to those affected. Malaysia further records its warm appreciation to the delegation that generously provided refreshment and hosted reception, which have greatly contributed to the spirit of conviviality and mutual respect among members. Madam President, to keep our intervention short, Malaysia encouraged the Assembly and the Council to give full support to the resolution, recognizing their strategic importance to the organization, effectiveness, credibility, and long-term sustainability. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je remercie la Malaisie.
Thank you, Malaysia. No other delegations are asking for the floor. As I indicated previously, I propose that we refer Annex 1 and 2 of the addendum to the document A3419 to Committee 1 for detailed consideration, taking into account the comments, observations and suggestions which have been made in the general discussion, with a view to reporting back to the plenary in due course. If there's no objection, it is so decided. Before moving on to the next point, which is point 12, and the reports of the committee, I would like to make two announcements. Firstly, a phone has been found. I'm sure that's very important to someone. It's on the first floor. It was found on the first floor and it's been handed in. So the owner can get that back from the secretary. And then the second announcement, also on mobile phones, it's like the theatre here. Could you please turn your phones off, put them on flight mode, or make them silent so that they don't interrupt our session? Thank you. Point 12. In consideration of the reports and recommendations of the Maritime Safety Committee, the reports of the 108th, 109th and 110th session of the Maritime Safety Committee are referred to in document A3412 submitted by the Secretary General. I'd like to invite the Vice Chair of the Committee, Theophilos Mosas of Greece, to introduce the reports.
À distance, oui.
Thank you, Madam President. It is an honor to introduce the work of the Maritime Safety Committee over the biennium. The committee adopted 21 resolutions in the context of mandatory instruments, and adopted and approved 87 non-mandatory instruments during the current biennium. In addition, the committee made significant progress in the development of a non-mandatory mass code and the development of a safety regulatory framework to support the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships using new technologies and alternative fuels. Concerning the situation in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden and the attacks suffered by commercial ships and their crews, the committee adopted Resolution MSC.564108 on security situation in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden resulting from Houthi attacks on commercial ships and seafarers. The committee also completed a holistic review of its workload and adopted measures to enhance work efficiency and effectiveness, which have been reflected in the committee's method of work, MSc MEPC.1 Circular 5 Revision 6. I would also emphasize the endorsement by the committee of an alternative roadmap to expedite the ongoing comprehensive review of the 1978 STCW Convention and Code. The additional resources required to meet the alternative roadmap were approved at Council 134 and has been included by the Secretary General in his full results-based budget proposal for the 2026-2027 biennium. Having highlighted the significant achievements of the committee over the last 2 years, I wish to express my deep appreciation to the MSC Chair, Mrs. Maite Medina of the United States, for her outstanding leadership of the committee and her invaluable guidance and support to me. I also wish to express appreciation to all members and observers who participated in the work of the committee for their invaluable contribution, support, and cooperation, and of course to the colleagues in the Secretariat, in particular the staff of the Maritime Safety Division. They deserve the highest praise for their hard work, commitment, and dedication. I would like to conclude by commending the reports of the committee to the Assembly. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you to the MSc Vice Chair. I now invite general comments on the reports of the Maritime Safety Committee, bearing in mind that the reports will be considered in detail by Committee 2.
États-Unis d'Amérique.
United States.
Thank you, Madam President, and thanks to Brazil for refreshments this morning and to the UAE for the delicious lunch. The United States thanks the member states for the opportunity to serve as the MSC Chair for the last period and wish Ms. Maite Medina all the best in her well-deserved retirement and thank her for her many years of service to the United States Coast Guard. As we all know, MSC's work is critical to the safety and security of all of those that work in and around the marine transportation system. We're extremely thankful for the dedicated work on the draft Maritime Autonomous Surface Ship Mass Code and appreciate all delegations' steady progress toward meaningful guidelines. We also appreciate the decision to update the 1981 Code of Safety for Nuclear Merchant Ships, or the Nuclear Code, and we look forward to continuing to contribute to the important work of the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you to the United States of America. I believe all delegations wish Maite Medina all the very best in her future endeavours. If there are no other comments, I propose that document A3412 be referred to Committee 2 for detailed consideration and for it to submit a report to plenary on its deliberations, including any recommendations that it may deem necessary. There are no objections. That is decided. I now draw the attention of plenary to A3412-1, submitted by the Russian Federation under Agenda Item 12, and I would like to invite the Russian Federation to introduce the document.
Спасибо.
Thank you, President. I know we don't have much time, but when we're talking about matters of people's lives, then time has a meaning. President, I recall in the 1970s, in the last century, when I was a child, an intergovernmental organization, and this is important, it was an intergovernmental organization, Inmarsat, was created. The task of this organization from the start was to ensure maritime communication services. These communication services were to be guaranteed for all at sea, and without any discriminatory measures. Later, the protocol of the of 1988, the protocol of 1988. I was a child at that time. I was a seafarer at the time. The interpreter apologizes. Those who sat here before us adopted amendments to the SOLAS Convention, which clearly indicated that Inmarsat was there to provide communication services at sea. Those who sat here before us would not be able to imagine that an international intergovernmental organization could become a private organization. But that is what has happened. And today, Inmarsat is not related to states. And it is a private organization. It's not under our control, Inmarsat. But the SOLAS Convention still includes requirements to us, states, to use Inmarsat. So we're in a strange situation. A private company who's not under the control of anyone can take decisions. That's their prerogative. They're a private company. They can decide, are they going to provide services to someone? Are they not going to provide them? And we as states are required to link to that system and to use their system. We have to require that our ships and our those working on them, that they use Inmarsat's equipment and services. Otherwise, a ship simply can't operate. And this would all be okay if this private company, as it is now, were to provide services as was intended when I was a child. But this company has started to disconnect vessels which vessels from its services, to disconnect them. If this were just the services of themselves, that would be one thing. But these services have to do with the safety of those at sea. The GMDSS system, which is institutionalized in Annex 4 of the SOLAS Convention, very clearly states that that in distress, what should happen. And today, more than 130 vessels under the Russian flag have been disconnected by this private company in Marsat. This company is playing a dirty game. It is saying that GMDSS services themselves are still being provided, but the communication and their understanding, that they consider this a commercial service, and they don't want to provide that. But those who have a link to the sea, and I know what I'm talking about, as I've already said, because I have spent time at sea. The general communication serves two very important functions. The first is distress signals. It has to be possible for those in distress to communicate with those whose job it is to help them. So the rescuers with those in distress. And those who are in distress also have to be able to communicate with those who are around them, and anyone who is able would be able to help them. But none of this isn't accessible at the present time. I would like to also draw attention to the fact that seafarers today, in contrast to the time when I was at sea, are in a very different situation when it comes to times of stress and the times involved. And if communications are not possible, then if that's the situation, then it just makes it worse. But as Inmarsat see it, that doesn't mean anything. It's of no significance. President. Since we have this paradoxical situation at the present time, we as states have to, we're in a situation where our ship owners have to use Inmarsat. We can't change that. We as states have to provide our ship operators, that we have to force them to use Inmarsat, to use Inmarsat's equipment on their vessels. But Inmarsat doesn't have any obligations to us. Not to this organization where we are all sat, not to our seafarers. But surely it's high time to change this paradox, to solve this paradox. Either we need to draft documents which are binding, the bilateral agreements for provision of communication services, or we need to review the requirements of Annex 4, Chapter 4 of SOLAS. and not require ships to use Inmarsat's equipment on board their vessels. President, we understand that it's not in your power, it's not in the power of this assembly to take a decision, but we would like to use this forum to raise awareness of this paradox, so that when we take future decisions, we need to understand that a private company is doing whatever it wants to do, regardless of decisions which we take here. President, I would like to request that our statement here be included in the report, that we draw the attention of the global shipping community that this kind of activity is unacceptable. Should, if the Assembly, President, if you can, would like to draw attention of the relevant committee, so the MSC, of this unacceptable situation in maritime communications. Thank you.
Je remercie la Fédération.
Thank you very much, Russian Federation, and we have taken note of your statement. I'd now like to invite comments on this document and the information provided.
Je donne la parole au Venezuela.
Venezuela, you have the floor. Thank you for this opportunity to express our condolences to the People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, for the loss of life in Hong Kong, and also to thank all those delegations who have hosted us over the last days, and today in particular Brazil and the UAE. So we would like to address the Assembly to express our constructive support for A3412-1, which has been submitted by the Russian Federation. We would like to express our profound concern given the situation which affects the provision of satellite communication services which are crucial for the GMDSS. We believe that any restriction imposed on these services, if it is not fully in keeping with the fundamental principles of international law at sea, such as freedom of navigation and non-discrimination, undermines the universal nature of the system and should be given priority attention in the organization. Barring or disconnection of the GMDSS part on any ship, whatever flag it flies, is not uniform treatment, but it is unacceptable, furthermore, for the safety of human life at sea. This practice undermines the effectiveness of search and rescue operations and prevents due response to distress signals. It is our collective duty to protect the integrity of the global system. It should be non-discriminatory and universal. It should be the backbone of our system, and we therefore support this document and respectfully request that the Assembly give consideration to this and take the action proposed in the document. We think there should be an objective assessment to ensure that services are restored to ships which have been affected, and that effective measures be taken to ensure that such practice does not continue against the ships of any flag. Only by means of firm action will we be able to ensure the technical neutrality and the humanitarian mandate of the IMO. Thank you.
Je remercie le Venezuela.
Thank you, Venezuela. OIC, the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon to all. First of all, we thank United Arab Emirates for reception. By the same token as document submitted by Russian Federation, the Islamic Republic of Iran would like to reiterate the serious concern, as previously mentioned in our submissions to NCSR 1111, regarding the adverse impacts of sanctions and limitations of provision of satellite services to vessels in their performance in terms of safety and security. The use of satellite service providers is of great importance for countries and shipping lines. These services play a vital role in maritime safety and can contribute to improving security and operational conditions at sea, as they enable the monitoring of shipping routes, tracking of vessels, and weather forecasting. These capabilities assist captains and crew in making better decisions regarding the ship's route and avoiding potential hazards. Additionally, in emergency situations, rapid and reliable communication with rescue centers via satellite services can save the lives of crew and passengers. It is the firm belief of this delegation that the use of these services should be free of all political interference and aimed at enhancing maritime safety. This approach ensures that all countries and shipping lines can benefit from this technology, creating a safer and more secure environment for maritime transportation. For this reason, the Islamic Republic of Iran emphasizes that the disruption of these services for vessels will lead to navigational disturbance for both the affected vessel and its neighboring vessels. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la délégation iranienne.
Thank you to Iran, and we call now on IMSO.
Madame la Présidente, distinguished delegates, as this is the first time we are taking the floor, we would like to congratulate you, Madame la Présidente, for your election, as well as your vice chairs, and wish to join previous speakers as well in expressing our profound condolences to Hong Kong, China. IMSO takes note of the documents submitted by the Russian Federation under Agenda Item 12 and welcomes this opportunity to clarify its role and ongoing work in relation to the matter. And we are thankful to the Russian Federation for the information provided with regard to the history of this organization, which was indeed in Marsat in the past, and a convention was amended and we became IMSO to actually play an oversight role. This oversight role is actually reflected in paragraph 4 of that document A34-12-1, which reads, the primary purpose of the organization is to ensure the provision by each provider of maritime mobile satellite communication services for the GMDSS according to the legal framework set up by IMO. And distinguished delegates, as the Director General of this organization, I can tell you that this is a role that IMSO takes extremely seriously. You may recall earlier submissions by the Russian Federations to the 134 session of the Council in July this year, as well as the 135 session. Since this matter was first raised by the Russian Federation at the IMO, and in fact, even earlier, when initial reports emerged of services interruptions by Inmarsat affecting various vessels, and including but not limited to ships flying the Russian flag, IMSO engaged with Inmarsat to clarify the situation. This engagement was conducted strictly within the boundaries of the applicable regulatory framework, including the recent amendments to the SOLAS Chapter 4, Regulation 412, which removed general communication functions such as ship-to-shore voice or data services from the GMDSS functional requirements. Consequently, Madame la Présidente, the remainder of our intervention does not rely on safety considerations, but is confined to an assessment of the applicable regulatory framework and the then contemplated amendments of Resolution 1001/25, which will be adopted at this session. Madam the Chair, according to our investigations at the time and based on the information then available, as well as the outcomes of the 51st session of the Advisory Committee of IMSO, held in June this year, we are certain that GMDSS functionality remain available to affected vessels. There is no indication of non-compliance with SOLAS or the Inmarsat Public Service Agreement governing the provision of the GMDSS services by Inmarsat under the oversight of IMSO. So to be clear, and I believe that this information is important to the plenary, Inmarsat C on board vessels offers both GMDSS but also commercial services, or what we refer to as general communications. If a terminal is suspended due to issues such as, in this case, sanctions or non-payment, Inmarsat can, if they wish, suspend the commercial services, AI, general communications. But they're not doing it because they want to do it, but because they have to do it for some banking restrictions issues. However, they are unable, and I repeat, they are unable to stop distress alerts, calls and distress messages. This is because Resolution 8001/25 enforces continuous access to transmission of maritime distress alerts, calls, and distress messaging, and that Resolution A707 makes it clear that distress alert and SAR coordination are free of charge to the vessel and shoreside authority. Furthermore, and my apologies for this lengthy intervention, but I think it's important to understand how the system operates, with all due respect to the information that have been provided so far, and with giving due consideration to the safety-related aspect of general communications as well. Paragraph 10 of document A34-12-1 raises concern with regard to search and rescue coordination, which we hear and understand. And I wish to confirm that a barred Inmarsat C terminal can still send and receive such messaging. And I repeat, a barred Inmarsat C terminal can send and receive distress messaging, which includes search and rescue coordination messages involving assisting ships nearby the ship in distress. And in fact, Inmarsat goes beyond this and then suspends the terminal if a distress is activated. And this is to allow RCCs to track the ship in distress in a timely manner, even when the terminal is barred. So, Madam Chair, given the above and following our extensive and ongoing discussion with Inmarsat on this matter, so far, we're satisfied that Inmarsat adheres to all IMO instruments, including Chapter 4 regarding GMDSS and Article 3 of the IMSO Convention, despite, and I repeat, despite the limitations imposed on them by international banking restrictions, and in fact on many other companies not allowing Inmarsat to provide these paid general communication services. And Madam Chair, I want to insist on the fact that we are not looking at the safety-related aspect of general communications, which is effectively raised by Russia, which could indeed be the case. My intervention is strictly limited to the applicable regulatory framework, which we have IMSO to be bound with, and to ensure that those companies, Inmarsat, but also Iridium, are providing these services as per the IMO regulatory framework. And I'll stop here, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur le Directeur.
Thank you to the Director General of IMSO, and I would now like to call on the delegation of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. The United Kingdom recalls the discussions that were had on this issue during Council 134 in July and again at Council 135 last week. It is clear that the situation has not changed since our first discussion on this subject at Council in July. The United Kingdom remains satisfied that GMDSS functions, including distress transmission and reception, and the reception of maritime safety information, have been maintained by Inmarsat for all member states in line with the IMO regulatory framework. The Council has already invited any interested member state to raise directly with IMSO any case where the provisions of Resolution A1001/25 have not been considered to have been met by a recognised mobile satellite service provider. And I thank the distinguished delegate of IMSO for the very comprehensive explanation just offered. I also understand Inmarsat remain available to answer any question Member States may have. We therefore consider that no further action is required of the Assembly at this time. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Call on Norway.
Thank you, Madam President. We thank Russia for the document and the points therein raised. We are grateful for the intervention made by IMSO and for the information provided on the operability of the system. This delegation supports the information provided by IMSO and reiterates that any vessel's ability to apply and use the distress signal and communicate during distress situations remains unaffected, even when barred. So the GMDSS functionality continues to function. We also reiterate previous discussions in the Council on this matter, and we align ourselves with the statement made by the UK in this respect. We, as the UK, also consider that there is no further need for discussion on this document in the Assembly today. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la Norvège.
Thank you, Norway. I see that the Russian Federation is again asking for the floor.
Vous avez la parole.
Yes, you have the floor.
Спасибо.
Thank you, President. I'm extremely grateful to you for allowing me to speak for a second time. But perhaps in my first statement, I fell into the game. I fell into the game which Inmarsat themselves are playing. But this game has just been confirmed by the Director General of IMSO, and we thank him for his statement and those who spoke after him. The game here is that we have these two functions of mandatory provision. Only two of the functions are mandatory. Only two functions of the mandatory requirements. And not drawing attention to the others. Inmarsat confirms that it's fulfilling the requirements under the GMDSS, which is not the reality. The Directorate General of IMSO have asked Inmarsat for their opinion. We're grateful that they have done that. This opinion, with no investigation of the details of the issues. And what we're asked is that we just accept what Inmarsat have said. But what Inmarsat have said does not reflect the reality of what is happening at sea on board ships. Furthermore, the question of cooperation via Inmarsat in a SAR operation is up for discussion. President, once again, we are grateful to the IMSO Director General for his help in communicating with Inmarsat, but we don't share his conclusions, because this information, to repeat, does not reflect reality. And therefore, the right thing to do would be undertake a technical investigation of the issue and to find out whether Inmarsat services are being correctly provided or not. But that's not what I wanted to say, that was not the substance of my statement. What I wanted to say was that today, everything which we hear, we're dependent upon a private company. And I do not agree with the conclusions of the IMSO Director General that Inmarsat is required to disconnect ships from its services. They don't have to do that. That's Inmarsat's decision. No one is making them do that. The statement that it's an issue to do with payments, that doesn't reflect reality. That's the game which I warned you about in my first statement. And in my view, at the level of this organization, it is completely unacceptable to play these kinds of games. We can't support this approach, completely not, President. Just to underscore once again, we understand that it's not in your hands, President, and it's not in the hands of this Assembly to take a decision on this. But we need to understand that we have put ourselves in the hands of a private company. And having done so, we are all at risk. Thank you.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you. And I will give the floor again to the IMSO Director General.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. And I would like to thank once again the Russian Federations for their second intervention. And I would like to reassure the Russian Federation, but also the IMO and the plenary here, that we will remain available to assist the Russian Federation in this matter, which we truly take seriously, and to engage with Inmarsat as well in the near future, along with Russia, to investigate this matter further. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le directeur.
Thank you very much, IMSO Director General, for those remarks. And I take it that Assembly notes the document submitted by the Russian Federation and the comments made in plenary. And in line with the decisions recently made by the Council, taking into account the present arrangements in place for the oversight and reporting of the performance of recognized mobile satellite services, reiterates the invitation to the Russian Federation and any other interested member states to raise directly with IMSO any case where services under the Global Maritime Distress and Safety System, the GMDSS, might not have been or are not being provided in accordance with relevant IMO provisions. If there's no objection, it is so decided.
Je vous remercie et nous passons.
Thank you. We're going to now move on to the next item of the agenda, and that is the consideration of the reports and recommendations of the Legal Committee, item 13. And I'd like to call on the chair of the Legal Committee, Mr. Diego Ramirez, to introduce A3413, bearing in mind that this will be considered in detail by Committee 1.
Les îles Marshall ont la parole.
The Marshall Islands.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to introduce the reports of the two sessions of the Legal Committee during the present biennium. On the fair treatment of seafarers, the committee agreed to establish a task force to review and update the joint ILO-IMO abandonment database, among other associated actions relating to resolving cases of seafarer abandonment and adopted the guidelines on fair treatment of seafarers detained in connection with alleged crimes. The committee made progress in its work with respect to unlawful practices associated with fraudulent registration and fraudulent registries of ships, and approved a proposal for a new output on the development of guidelines or best practices on the registration of ships. On matters of liability and compensation, the committee completed its work under the output guidance for the proper implementation and application of IMO liability and compensation conventions. Finally, member states have continually affirmed their commitment to bringing the 2010 HNS protocol into force. The IMO and IOPC Fund secretariats remained available to provide member states with the necessary assistance and information to facilitate their respective processes to ratify or accede to the protocol. These are just some of the highlights of the work of the committee over the past biennium. I invite the Assembly to take note of the full reports of the committee on this work since the last session of the Assembly and to take action as it may deem appropriate. Madam President, I wish to thank the Vice Chair of the committee, Ms. Lydia Markari Kyriakou of Cyprus, for her dedicated commitment and support to the committee's work. I also thank the former Chair and Vice Chair, Ms. Gillian Grant of Canada, and Mr. Ivan Abashidze of Georgia for their valuable contribution to the work of the committee over the years. I also wish to express my deep appreciation to all members and observers who participated in the work of the committee during the past 2 years for their support and cooperation, and of course, to the members of the Secretariat involved in the committee's work for their hard work and commitment. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much to the Chair of the Leg Committee. In accordance with the agreed programme of work, only a general discussion on the reports of the Legal Committee is envisaged in the plenary at this stage. Detailed consideration of the committee's reports will be undertaken in Committee 1, which will submit its conclusions and recommendations for consideration by the plenary later in this session. At this stage, therefore, I'd like to invite general comments or observations on the reports of the Legal Committee.
Je n'en vois pas.
Well, I see none, and I therefore propose that the reports of the Legal Committee be referred to Committee 1 for detailed consideration, and that Committee 1 submit a report to the plenary on its discussions on the reports of the Legal Committee, including any recommendations which it may deem necessary. If there are no objections, it is so decided. Thank you. And we'll now move on to the next item of the agenda, namely item 14, consideration of the reports and recommendations of the Marine Environment Protection Committee. The reports of the 81st, 82nd and 83rd session and updated information on the second extraordinary session of the MEPC are referred to in A34/14 submitted by the Secretary-General. And I'd now like to invite the Chair of the Committee, Dr. Harry Conway of Liberia, to introduce the reports. Liberia? Yes, there you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Chair of the Marine Environment Protection Committee, I am honored to reflect on the progress made in the last 2 years, which has reinforced our commitment to safeguarding the oceans from ship soap pollution and accelerating the decarbonization of global shipping. Over the biennium, the committee advanced its work significantly and registered substantial progress across a wide range of environmental issues. On matters concerning decarbonization, the committee approved the IMO Net Zero Framework under MAPO Annex 6 and advanced enhance existing energy efficiency measures on CIR and EEXR. These efforts were complemented by updates to life cycle GHG intensity guidelines, enhanced SIM standards, and more transparent fuel oil consumption reporting. The adjournment for 1 year of the committee's second extraordinary session in October 2025 will enable further efforts to forge broader consensus, reconcile remaining differences, and respond to the concerns of member states through an inclusive and cooperative approach. The committee strengthened marine pollution prevention and response efforts with new rules for reporting lost containers, plastic pellet transport guidance, spill response procedures, and support for the 2025 Action Plan on Plastic Litter. On ballast water management, the committee advanced practical guidance, interim amendments, digital record keeping, and made significant progress on a full convention review. A new output was approved for the development of a legally binding instrument on biofouling. The committee updated the underwater noise guidelines to enhance the protection of marine life and, in parallel, agreed to the advanced, safe, and environmentally sound ship recycling by assessing and harmonizing the implementation of the Hong Kong Convention. During the past biennium, 2 new particularly sensitive sea areas and 2 new emission control areas were designated, further strengthening global efforts to protect vulnerable marine and coastal ecosystems and to reduce air pollution from ships. Having highlighted the committee's accomplishments in the past 2 years, I would like to extend my deepest thanks to Mr. Han Ching Tang of Singapore, our Vice Chair, whose steadfast support throughout this biennium has been invaluable. My gratitude also goes to the chairs of our working, review, technical, drafting, and correspondence groups for their leadership and dedication, and to every delegate who lent their enthusiasm and spirit of cooperation. And I cannot overlook the Secretariat, whose commitment has been essential to the MEPC's achievement. Madam Chair, before I say thank you, I'd like to tell everybody Harry is here, I'll survive, and I'll see you at MEPC 84.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Chair of MEPC. I now invite the Secretary General to make some additional comments.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, President. It's just a specific comment. Given the number of meetings on matters concerning decarbonisation scheduled for the next biennium, I'd like to draw the Assembly's attention to the Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund. This fund demonstrates IMO's strong commitment to supporting its developing member states, particularly the small island developing states and least developed countries, in participating in the important discussions at IMO's GHG greenhouse gas-related meetings. The fund has proven to be highly successful in fulfilling its purpose. Since MEPC 80, the fund has supported the in-person participation of 162 representatives from 52 countries at 4 sets of MEPC and ISWG GHG meetings held in 2023, 2024 and 2025, as well as meetings of the Steering Committee for the Comprehensive Impact Assessment on the development of the basket of candidate midterm measures in 2024. However, following the processing of this year's applications, the fund will be almost completely depleted, with only around $20,000 remaining. that probably comes as no surprise to any of you. I would therefore like to take this opportunity, firstly, to express my sincere appreciation to everyone who's contributed to the fund, and most importantly, to encourage member states, non-governmental organizations, intergovernmental organizations, and other interested entities and individuals to continue with their generous support. These contributions are essential to ensure the participation of developing states in greenhouse gas-related meetings in the next biennium. Thank you.
Je remercie le...
Thank you, Secretary General, for your comments. I now invite general comments on the reports of the Marine Environment Protection Committee, bearing in mind that they will be considered in detail by Committee 2. I see the delegation of Tuvalu. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. To all distinguished delegates. Tuvalu tient à vous faire...
Tuvalu would like to congratulate you on your election to President, and it is a great pleasure to see you there at the chair, and we congratulate your Vice Presidents as well.
Expressing our deepest sympathy and heartfelt condolences to Hong Kong, China for the tragic events affecting them at this hour. I would also like to cordially thank the organizers of various events ancillary to this meeting for all the delicacies and generous gifts. To the matter at hand now. Madam President, I have received instructions to deliver this statement on behalf of Minister Simon Coffey, Minister of Transport, Energy, Communication and Innovation of Tuvalu. The delegation of Tuvalu takes the floor under agenda item 14 concerning the report and recommendations of the Marine Environment Protection Committee, MEPC. We appreciate the opportunity to address this Assembly on a matter of profound procedural and substantive concern that arose during the extraordinary session of MEPC in October 2025. During that session, immediately prior to a pivotal vote on greenhouse gas measure, Tuvalu's delegation raised its flag and repeatedly articulated a point of order. That request was ignored, denying us the right to speak and thereby breaching Rule 30 of the MEPC Rules of Procedure, MEPC 1 Circular 919, which requires immediate decision on the point of order, and Rule 28, which mandates the Chair to accord the right to speak and ensure observance of the rules. This failure constitutes a fundamental denial of due process under the IMO Convention, particularly Article 21b, which empowers the Council and, by extension, this Assembly to review such matters. This procedural lapse is not isolated, but symptomatic of systemic imbalances that marginalize small island developing states and least developed countries in decision-making processes. Our delegation made various interventions appended to report of past MEPC meeting on that matter. Procedural issues directly contravene IMO legal duties and the public international law, including the duty to cooperate in good faith as enshrined in Article 197 of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. If both the ICLOS and ICJ advisory opinion underscore equity principles under customary international law, requiring therefore specific support for SIDS in climate-related negotiations, the breakdown of process described above is not one of equitable treatment, but one of simple equal treatment. This has the effect of exacerbating climate vulnerability for SIDS and eroding trust in multilateralism. As a specialized agency of the United Nations, the International Maritime Organization has the duty to ensure that due process is followed. Chair, procedural rules are there to protect all of us, and the possible breach of process therefore affects everyone and vitiates everything. As such, Tuvalu considers that the matter raised in these interventions needs to receive adequate consideration well ahead of the next MEPC. Tuvalu urges this Assembly to acknowledge the breach, mandate an inquiry into the incident, including review of session recording, and initiate reform of MEPC rules, such as due consideration of all interventions well ahead of the next MEPC, as already indicated. Tuvalu believes that due and transparent process are critical in advancing maritime decarbonization. We stand ready to collaborate on these reforms and thank the Assembly for its attention. We ask for our statement to be appended to the report of this meeting. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Tuvalu. Your statement will be annexed to the report, of course. I now give the floor to Tanzania.
Thank you, Madam President. The United Republic of Tanzania thanks the Secretary General and the Marine Environment Protection Committee for their comprehensive reports and endorses the 4 draft Assembly resolutions transmitted under this agenda item. Tanzania, as a coastal state with a long shoreline and sensitive marine environment, attaches great importance to effective port state control and surveys in preventing pollution from ships. In this regard, we are advancing our national processes for the ratification of MARPOL Annex 6, which are now at their final stages. This demonstrates our commitment to further strengthening ships' pollution control and climate-related mitigations measures from international shipping. We are therefore encouraged that these instruments be accompanied by targeted technical cooperation and capacity building so that developing states can fully implement them in the interest of protecting the marine environment and supporting sustainable marine transport. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie. Thank you, Tanzania. Just to correct what I said previously, there is no report of the Assembly. So we have taken note of your statement, Tuvalu, but it won't be included in the annex because that's not what we do for the Assembly. But we've taken note of what you've said. Thank you. I now give the floor to the Cook Islands.
Thank you, Madam President. Firstly, may we thank the Chair of the Marine Environment Protection Committee, the Secretariat, the staff of the MED, for all the work they do relative to the environment, whether it be ballast water, underwater noise, particularly sensitive sea areas, anti-fouling, plastics. A proud tradition that the MEPC, a very effective committee, and one that should be proud of what it's achieved over the years and continues to achieve. Of course, our thanks also go to the Chair, Harry Conway. May I say, an extraordinary chair. And may I say that also we have to face some difficult times at the MEPC. And thank God we've got somebody that's sanguine, calm, totally unruffled, and simply does not panic. And I'm delighted he's still in good health. We are a small island development state. We have many difficulties, and believe me, they are not just associated with greenhouse gas emissions. But of course, they are frightfully important to us, and we are deeply concerned about that impact. We are at the same time take a great deal of heart from the considerable effort put in by this organisation to find ways and means where the shipping sector can make its rightful contribution, I'll stress, contribution to the transition from greenhouse gas emissions. Fortunately, we're in an organisation that approaches these things with openness and transparency and gives full opportunity to all those engaged in the process and we thank one and all here, the Secretariat and his team, for allowing us to take a full, and I'd like to think, effective part in those deliberations. We recognise that there are those who will be somewhat disappointed at recent events. We are. I can assure you we are. But we do not accept that that is in any way due to any lack of transparency in the organisation or in the manner in which the MEPC is conducted. And we look forward to the good services that we know we're going to get, not just at MEPC 84, but at the next extraordinary session when it's convened. Thank you.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Cook Islands. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Australia supports the Assembly's adoption of the 4 draft resolutions. These updates are important steps towards strengthening global maritime safety and environmental protection. We particularly value the emphasis on consistent implementation and transparency, and remain committed to supporting the implementation of the IMO instruments. Beyond this, and recognising the concerns raised by the delegation of Tuvalu, there is a need for some reflection on the overall outcome of the results of the recent MEPC extraordinary session. Australia remains deeply committed to the implementation of the 2023 strategy. We stand ready to work constructively with members on the decarbonisation of the international shipping through MEPC 84, with a view to achieving a positive result when the extraordinary session resumes. Thank you, President.
Je remercie la délégation.
Thank you, Australia. The next speaker is China.
Thank you, Chair. China attaches great importance to the GHG emission of the shipping sector. China's position is that we are always clear about our position and we are consistent. We are willing to cooperate with all the member states to proactively promote the GHG emission of the shipping sector to better achieve the objectives set out by the 2023 IMO strategy. China is willing to offer our necessary assistance to SEAs and LDCs. China is willing to donate to IMO's voluntary multi-donor trust fund. It's a $100,000 US donation. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President.
Je remercie la délégation.
Thank you, China. The Secretary General requests similar statements from delegations if you've got contributions to make to our funds. Denmark, you're asking for the floor.
Je donne la parole au Danemark.
Maybe you've got an announcement to make.
You're making it very difficult to come in after this. Denmark would like to support the resolutions put forward for adoption and also the report of the MEPC. With regards to the discussions raised by Tuvalu and also mentioned by Australia in relation to the rules of procedure, Denmark would like to support the need to look into the agreed rules, which are fundamental to secure the transparency and legitimacy of the decisions taken by the IMO. Thank you, Chair.
Je remercie la...
Thank you, Denmark. If no one else would like to take the floor, I propose that document A3414, together with all comments made by delegations be referred to Committee 2 for detailed consideration and for it to submit a report to plenary on its deliberations, including any recommendations that it may deem necessary. If there's no objection, it is so decided. Thank you. Moving on. Our next point on the agenda, number 15, consideration of the reports and recommendations of the Technical Cooperation Committee. There are 3 submissions under this agenda point. I propose that we consider the documents as follows. Document A, 3415, on the reports of the 74th and 75th sessions of the Technical Cooperation Committee, and then A 3415-1, which provides an update on the implementation of Resolution A 1183-33 on the impact of the Russian armed invasion of Ukraine on international shipping, and 3 A 3415-2, submitted by the Russian Federation concerning the discussion on inadmissibility of limitations in respect of IMO technical cooperation. I trust my proposal for the consideration of the documents is acceptable. I see no objection. I firstly then invite the chair of the committee, Mr. Dwight Gardiner, to provide any comments he considers appropriate on the reports of the Technical Cooperation Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. In addition to the work reported in document A34/15, I invite the Assembly to note that the committee approved the revised thematic program structure for the Integrated Technical Cooperation Program, the ITCP, for the 2026 to 2027 biennium and the related budget endorsed by C-134. The enhancement of the ITCP will provide for streamlined processes, increased visibility, and continuous improvement within this interactive planning framework. I would also emphasize the approval by the committee of the revised outputs for each of the committee's agenda items. The revised outputs will be important in shaping the strategic direction of the committee's work program into the future, particularly in alignment with the capacity development strategy that is expected to be adopted at this session by means of an Assembly resolution. I wish to express my deep appreciation to the TCC Vice Chair, Ms. Inés Berrocal of Panama, for her excellent work, both for the committee and for the organization at large. I also wish to express my appreciation to all members and observers who participated in the work of the committee during the past 2 years for their invaluable contribution, support, and cooperation, and of course, to the Secretariat, in particular the staff of the Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division. They all, Madam President, deserve the highest praise for their hard work, commitment, and dedication. Madam President, I would like to conclude by commending the reports to the committee, to the Assembly. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
Thank you to the chair of TCC. I now invite general comments on the reports of the Technical Cooperation Committee, bearing in mind that they will be considered in detail in Committee 1.
Je vois la Commission.
The European Commission is asking for the floor. An observer.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, we would like to congratulate you on your election as well as your vice presidents. Moreover, we would like to thank all delegations which have generously offered all the receptions throughout the week. I ask the floor because we would not have any specific comments to the report per se, but the European Commission would like to inform the Assembly of 2 new technical cooperation initiatives that the European Union will sponsor and which we have just signed on Wednesday this week together with the IMO Secretary General. The first initiative, Safe Horizons, represents an EU funding of 2 million euros and responds directly to the call of IMO to intensify global efforts in addressing violence and harassment at sea. This project will launch targeted regional and national awareness campaigns, support the development of training materials linked to the ongoing SCW amendments, and assist beneficiary countries in strengthening their zero-tolerance policies. Its aim is simple but essential: to contribute to safer, more respectful and more inclusive working environments for all seafarers. The second initiative, called Future Ready Shipping in Africa, will support African partners in advancing maritime decarbonization, digitalization and a just transition, with the EU funding of the project being of 5 million euros. It includes assistance to strengthen national governance frameworks aligned with MARPOL Annex 6 and the IMO GHG strategy, feasibility work on alternative fuel infrastructure in selected ports, support for maritime single window implementation, and an integrated educational pilot to help equip a new generation of seafarers and port professionals with skills for the green and digital transition. These 2 projects, supported through our EU Global Getaway Strategy, demonstrate the European Union's continued commitment to multilateral cooperation and technical capacity building as the foundation for effective implementation of regulatory frameworks, contributing towards the decarbonization of the sector. We look forward to working closely with the IMO Secretariat, Member States, and regional partners to deliver these concrete results on the ground. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, European Commission, for the good news. It's the time of the tea break. I think we've all deserved a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. I'm going to invite the delegation of Jamaica. If you'd like to do so, you can take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, distinguished delegates. We would like to invite you to a coffee break session infused with authentic Jamaican flavor and style. This afternoon, we also have a special treat for you, a coffee tasting supported by Royal Blue Mountain Coffee, a family-run coffee farm and company from the Blue Mountains of Jamaica. Please enjoy our world-famous Blue Mountain Coffee and Jamaican treats with a bit of reggae music in the background to keep you energized for the remainder of the day. Thank you so much.
Je vous remercie. Thank you. Don't forget to come back, though.
Chers délégués,
Delegates,
je vous remercie. Je remercie la délégation.
thank you, and can I thank the delegation of Jamaica for the tea break, and we'll now continue. And I turn to the delegation of Ghana.
Ghana, you have the floor, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President, for giving us the floor. Ghana joins other member states to console Hong Kong, China for the unfortunate fire incident that has claimed many lives. We stand strongly with Hong Kong, China in this time of need. Madam President, as we are taking the floor for the first time in this particular session, we also congratulate you on your election and as well as the Vice Presidents. Madam President, Ghana commends the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the Technical Cooperation Committee report and reaffirms our technical cooperation is something that is highly needed by all member states of the IMO. We acknowledge progress made in areas such as maritime security support, decarbonization, as well as reforms and training in STCW, maritime domain awareness, and most importantly, gender inclusiveness. Madam President, going forward, Ghana encourages sustained support for all developing countries, as well as gender inclusion, so that maritime sector become one that globally it will be strong and we can continue to count on it. We thank all those that have provided technical cooperations to Ghana at the bilateral level and those that have also contributed to the funds that IMO makes available for technical cooperation and support. Thank you.
Je remercie la délégation.
Thank you to the delegation of Ghana, and I now turn to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. The United Kingdom would like to applaud the work of the Technical Cooperation Committee over these past 2 years. We thank the Technical Cooperation Division for their dedication in supporting maritime capacity development around the world and are content to approve the report. The UK is proud to contribute to a number of projects under the Integrated Technical Cooperation Programme. Furthermore, it is my pleasure to announce today a further contribution of just over £30,000 to support the activities delivered under the ITCP Fund. Thank you.
I thank the United Kingdom pour cette contribution.
For that contribution. And we turn now to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Madam President. We thank all delegations which have hosted us or receptions. Madam President, we thank the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the report under this agenda item, and we also thank the Secretariat for the positive changes that are taking place in dealing with all matters related to technical cooperation. The Kingdom has always supported the organization's projects, whether technically or financially, and I would like to announce new projects which were supported by the Kingdom during this week, 3 new projects in collaboration with the IMO. First, the support of the Maritime Fund for West and East Africa, and also maritime safety in the Gulf of Guinea. As well, a new program called Carib Smart to support the Caribbean countries, which supports the maritime legislation and capacity building in the region. The last project is an extension of Next Wave, Phase 2, and we will fund further research to understand the factors which impact the maritime sector and to support an extra seat for other developing countries on Saudi ships. Also, yesterday we signed an agreement with the with WMU for the implementation of a new research project, a pilot study regarding abandonment of seafarers. There has also been an agreement with IMLI for the provision of fully funded grants for 2 maritime specialists who will play an important role in the building of resilience and the improvement of safety throughout the maritime sector. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie le Royaume.
Thank you very much to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for those contributions too, and I hope that forthcoming speakers have equally good news to announce. So I'd call on Norway now.
Thank you, Madam President. This delegation shares its appreciation to the Secretary General for the presentation of the reports of the 74th and 75th sessions of the Technical Cooperation Committee. And this delegation supports the outcomes of both committees. Achieving SDG 14 is key to reaching the 2030 agenda, and the Norwegian government gives high priority to promoting a healthy and productive ocean. And Norway remains highly committed to the oceans in our development assistance, and in 2024 Norway provided a total of 973 million Norwegian kroner to ocean-related support. And this year's UN Ocean Conference marked an important opportunity to take stock of the status of the work globally with the SDG 14. And IMO is an important implementing partner for Norway also on ocean issues in our ocean-related development assistance. And in total, the Norwegian contribution to IMO is substantial, and we are proud to be the major contributor to the IMO technical cooperation. And Norway provides support for several important ODA projects implemented by IMO, such as Glow Litter, Test Biofouling, Green Voyage, and Senstrac 3. Another important area for us is gender equality. And as my minister informed the distinguished delegates on Monday, Norway has recently entered into an agreement with the IMO to fund a new global initiative. And we are looking forward to working together with the Secretary General and his staff in the preparation of this project. And as my minister said, stay tuned to the launch that should take place next year. Finally, I would like to share our appreciation to the chair of the Technical Cooperation Committee, Ambassador Dwight Gardiner of Antigua and Barbuda, for his excellent leadership of the committee. And I would also like to thank Ms. Anais Berrocal of Panama for her valuable contribution as Vice Chair. Thank you.
Je remercie la Norvège.
Thank you, Norway. And I'd now call on Sweden.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon, everyone. First, thanks to Jamaica for coffee and sweets. The regulations, guidelines, and instruments developed and adopted by the IMO can only have the effect intended if they are implemented and applied, and the work with implementation is an extensive task. The IMO Technical Cooperation Programme is instrumental in giving support to the states. Sweden would like to recognize the important work the Technical Cooperation Committee has carried out during the biennium, as reported in document 3415. Sweden will also like to express support for the resolution on capacity development strategy annexed to that document, and we would like to thank the Technical Cooperation Committee for undertaking the task of consolidating the former strategies within the scope of the capacity development into one comprehensive strategy. For Sweden, efficiency of the organization is crucial, since we believe it enables IMO to deliver on its objective. The consolidation of strategies relating to the same matter or subject is an excellent example of how the efficiency of the organization can be improved, and as such deliver on the ambitious capacity development agenda of the organization. Sweden takes note of the reports on the work of TCC 74 and 75, and we fully support the adoption of the draft resolution on capacity developing strategy annexed to the document 3415, and consequently also revoking resolution A1166-62. Thank you.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Sweden. And I'll turn now to Denmark.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, I find myself in a difficult situation coming in after such generous donations from countries coming before us. I will, however, mention that Denmark has sponsored a senior professional officer to Kenya for the project under the Djibouti Code of Conduct, focusing on strengthening maritime security centers. Denmark would also like to thank the Secretary General for the presentation of the reports of the TC 74 and 75. Denmark approves the reports in general and supports the adoption of the draft resolution on capacity development strategy, which we find matches the IMO strategy in general very well, and we appreciate also that the new strategy has a focus on following up on IMSA's audits, which in conclusions helps strengthening the implementation of IMO instruments. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la délégation.
Thank you to Denmark. And if there are no further comments, then I propose that A3415, together with any comments made by delegations, be referred to Committee 1 for detailed consideration, and for it to submit a report to plenary on its deliberations, including any recommendations that it may deem necessary. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And I now draw the attention of plenary to document A34/15/1 submitted by the Secretariat under agenda item 15, and I would like to invite the Secretary General to introduce the document. Thank you, Madam President. The document provides an update on the implementation of Resolution A1183/33 concerning the impact of the Russian armed invasion of Ukraine on international shipping. Since the adoption of the resolution, the organization has conducted a remote needs assessment mission and an OPRC feasibility study in 2024, which resulted in recommendations on the technical assistance required to strengthen Ukraine's capacity for enhancing maritime safety, security, environmental protection for the effective implementation of IMO instruments. Building on these assessments, a technical assistance project was developed, which consists of 3 main components and is now underway. recruitment for the scoping and costing study is progressing, and consultations with national implementing partners are advancing. Preparations are undergoing for inception of workshops and for the delivery of training activities under the OPRC and the Maritime Single Window components. While certain logistical and security-related challenges remain, the Secretariat continues to work closely with all counterparts to ensure smooth implementation. I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the governments of France and the United Kingdom for their generous financial and in-kind contributions. Additional contributions and continued support is essential to delivering the full scope of this important work.
Je remercie, Monsieur.
Thank you, Secretary General, and I now invite comments from delegations who may wish to do so on the document and the information provided.
J'invite la délégation de
the delegation of Ukraine.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished delegates, as the Ukrainian delegation takes the floor for the first time, we would like to begin with expressing our sincere condolences to the people of Hong Kong, China, following the tragic fire that has occurred. We also warmly congratulate you, Madam President, as well as the Vice Presidents of the Assembly on your well-deserved election. We are pleased to see the Assembly guided by such highly respected and dedicated leaders. Ukraine further conveys its heartfelt appreciation to all Member States that have kindly hosted receptions and offered generous hospitality throughout this Assembly. Madam President, Ukraine expresses its sincere appreciation to the Secretary General for his intervention and the comprehensive document A3415-1 presented under this agenda item, and for his continued leadership in advancing the implementation of Resolution A1183-33. We also extended our gratitude to the Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division of the IMO Secretariat for their dedicated and highly professional work throughout the needs assessment mission, the feasibility study, and the development of the tailored technical assistance project aimed to strengthening Ukraine's institutional capacity and ensuring safe and secure functioning of our special maritime corridor. Ukraine further conveys its deep thanks to the Member States that have already provided financial support, namely France and the United Kingdom, whose contributions are instrumental for advancing this initiative. We also wish to warmly acknowledge the European Commission, whose constructive engagement and firm commitment to providing additional financial support constitute a strong demonstration of the European Union's solidarity with Ukraine and its determination to contribute meaningfully to maritime safety and stability in the Black Sea region. Ukraine welcomes the progress achieved to date, including the launch of the scoping and costing study, the recruitment of international and national experts, and the constructive dialogue with Ukraine maritime institutions. We are confident that, following the successful implementation of the initial stages of this project, additional Member States will join these efforts, including those wishing to contribute directly to the restoration of maritime infrastructure. Such engagement will further strengthen regional resilience and reinforce our shared commitment to safe, secure, and sustainable international shipping. We remain fully committed to ensuring the effective implementation of all project components, including strengthening preparedness, response capacities, and advancing national legislation aligned with IMO instruments. Madam President, these efforts are being pursued under the extremely challenging conditions created by Russia's ongoing armed aggression against Ukraine. This aggression continues to generate unprecedented threats to international navigation. Russia's deliberately attacks on Ukrainian port infrastructure, obstruct commercial shipping routes, deploy sea mines, and endanger civilians' merchant vessels, actions that directly contradict with principles and objectives of this organization. Despite these persistent threats, Ukraine maintains the operation of the Ukraine Management Maritime Corridor in the Black Sea, ensuring the safe passage of hundreds of vessels and safeguarding global food security. This corridor operates strictly in accordance with international law and demonstrates Ukraine's determination to uphold maritime safety, security, and the resilience of global supply chain. Russia's destabilizing activities, including the operation of unsafe and opaque shadow fleet, pose significant risk to seafarers, the marine environments, and the integrity of international maritime regulations. These realities underscore the importance of full implementation of Resolution I-1183-33 and advancing all elements of the Technical Assistance Project. Ukraine reaffirms its strong commitment to cooperation with the IMO and its member states. We will continue working constructively with the Secretariat to ensure successful project implementation and to remain a reliable and responsible partner in the international maritime community. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la délégation.
Thank you, Ukraine. And we turn now to Denmark.
Thank you, Madam President. We would like to thank the Secretary General for the update on the implementation of Resolution A-1183-33, and we thank the IMO Secretariat for their efforts in this important matter. Denmark, on behalf of the European Union, wishes to express full solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people and strongly condemns Russia's war of aggression, including the destruction of port and maritime infrastructure and attacks on commercial ships. The Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine is inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations and the purposes of the IMO as set forth in Article 1 of the IMO Convention. We urge Russia to cease these actions immediately and reaffirm our unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We reaffirm our support for IMO Resolution A-1183-33, recognizing the profound implication of the Russian Federation's armed aggression against Ukraine on the safety, security, and integrity of international shipping and maritime transport. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la délégation.
Thank you to the delegation of Denmark, and I now call on the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. The United Kingdom thanks the Secretary-General for the update on implementation of Resolution A-1183-33 on the impact of the Russian armed invasion of Ukraine on international shipping. We would like to commend the Technical Cooperation Division for the work done to date in difficult circumstances and urge continued efforts to ensure the prompt delivery of assistance to strengthen the operation of Ukraine's Special Maritime Corridor. The UK is proud to be a founding donor to this project, which is testimony to the IMO's dedication to supporting safe maritime navigation, resilient international trade, and the rules-based order at sea. Madam President, delegates, members of this organisation, especially those seeking to hold leadership positions, must uphold its core values and adhere to international maritime rules. Since its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the Russian Federation has on countless occasions taken actions which jeopardise maritime safety and security and damage the marine environment. Russia's repeated attacks on port and shipping in Ukraine and its territorial waters have fundamentally distorted freedom of navigation in the Black Sea and taken the lives of seafarers. Russia's actions have completely stopped Ukraine's grain and oilseed exports twice since 2022, destabilizing global food supplies and inflating food prices. These actions show that Russia prioritizes damaging the Ukrainian economy over promoting food security in some of the poorest regions of the world. Russia's network of around 700 shadow fleet vessels are increasingly unflagged or falsely flagged, do not comply with safety and environmental regulations. They pose a serious risk to the environment, maritime security, and the rules-based order essential for international seaborne trade. The UK remains steadfast in its support for Ukraine as it defends against Russia's ongoing illegal and unprovoked invasion. We are committed to working closely with international partners to secure a just and lasting peace. Thank you.
I thank the United Kingdom and I give the floor to Australia.
Thank you, President. Australia thanks the Secretariat for its efforts in implementing Resolution A118333, including the recent needs assessment mission in Ukraine and the feasibility study to support Ukraine's accession to the OPRC Convention. We commend the proactive approach taken to identify priority areas for technical assistance and capacity building, and we welcome the development of a project proposal and recruitment of skilled personnel to deliver this important work. Australia acknowledges and appreciates the generous contributions already made by France and the United Kingdom, and we encourage continued engagement with other donors, including the EU, to ensure the success of this initiative. Finally, we also align with the views of Denmark and the United Kingdom in respect to the armed invasion of the Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank Australia and I give the floor to Norway.
Thank you, Madam President. This delegation would like to express its appreciation to the Secretary-General for the update provided on the implementation of Resolution A118333 on the impact of the Russian armed invasion of Ukraine on the international shipping, specifically on technical cooperation activities supporting the recommendations from the Needs Assessment Mission. Furthermore, we express our gratitude to the Secretary-General for facilitating and carrying out the Needs mission and for setting up the project proposal aimed at strengthening Ukraine's capacity to implement IMO instruments and to enhance the safety and security of shipping within its special maritime corridor. Norway will continue to stand by Ukraine and its people. Our continued support for Ukraine is about ensuring a free and democratic Ukraine. It is about respect for international law and re-establishing the basis for a peaceful coexistence shaping our common future. Finally, Madam President, we would like to share our appreciation to France, the United Kingdom, and the European Union for providing funds for the technical cooperation projects in Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank Norway and I give the floor to the United States of America.
Thank you, Madam President, and thanks to Jamaica for the treats, the coffee, and the soothing reggae. The United States recognizes the suffering of the Ukrainian people. Millions have been displaced, families torn, and countless lives lost. The United States has undertaken exceptional efforts to bring the war to an end and continues to call for the leaders of Ukraine and Russia to work towards a peaceful solution to this conflict. The longer it endures, the more people will die, and the more will be destroyed in both countries. Peace will not be achieved on the battlefield, but at the negotiating table. However, the United States believes that this body is not the appropriate venue for such discussions unless it's directly linked to subjects in the IMO's scope, including maritime safety and seafarer welfare. The United States calls for an end to illegal operations of shadow fleets or dark fleet vessels. Many of these vessels engage in unlawful and high-risk shipping practices to evade compliance with IMO safety, environmental, and liability conventions for the purpose of circumventing sanctions. Further, the use of substandard vessels, including those not designed for severe weather or navigation conditions, and those operating past their traditional lifespans, present additional risk. Coastal states face elevated threats from the shadow fleet, including damage to critical undersea infrastructure, increased risks of collision, inadequate insurance in the event of marine casualties, and damage to the marine environment. We call on all IMO member states and relevant stakeholders to implement the actions listed in IMO Assembly Resolution A1183-33. We are committed to countering the shadow fleet and related threats. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie les États-Unis d'Amérique.
Thank you to the United States. I now give the floor to the European Commission.
Thank you, Madam President. The European Commission would like to begin by expressing its sincere appreciation to the Secretary General for his comprehensive update on the ongoing IMO project supporting Ukraine in the implementation of IMO instruments as it continues to operate its special maritime corridor. This project, to be confounded also by the European Union, gives concrete effect to the Assembly Resolution A1183-33. We look forward to continued updates as this important work proceeds and as the project further delivers on its objectives. The European Commission fully aligns itself with the statement delivered by Denmark on behalf of the European Union and reiterates our strongest condemnation of the illegal, unprovoked, and unjustified aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. At its 33rd session, the Assembly made its position unambiguously clear. Through Resolution A1183-33, it condemned Russia's violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and recalled that Russia's actions are fundamentally inconsistent with the principles and purposes of IMO as enshrined in Article 1 of the IMO Convention. We also call on Russia to act strictly in accordance with international law, in particular the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and to cease its destabilizing activities that undermine freedom of navigation in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. Such actions pose unacceptable risks to international shipping and endanger the safety of seafarers. The European Commission again condemns the attacks carried out by the Russian Federation against commercial vessels operating in Ukrainian territorial waters and across the wider Black Sea region over the past 2 years. These attacks, including against ships flying the flags of states not party to the conflict, constitute clear violations of international law and of the IMO Convention, and have already resulted in the tragic loss of innocent seafarers. Finally, the European Commission strongly condemns the Russian Federation's continued support for and promotion of the so-called Dark Fleet in direct contravention of Assembly Resolution A1192-33. The European Union is closely monitoring this network of non-compliant vessels that continue to call at Russian ports and engage in unsafe practices, thereby posing grave risks to maritime safety, the marine environment, and maritime security. Such practices undermine the integrity of the global maritime regulatory framework and threaten the very credibility of this organization. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
Thank you, European Commission. I now give the floor to Estonia.
Thank you, Madam President. We align ourselves with the previous speakers and Denmark's statement on behalf of EU member states. Estonia reiterates its firm condemnation of the Russian Federation's illegal and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. We call upon Russia to immediately cease its aggression, withdraw its forces, and end all actions that threaten international peace and security. Russia's military activities continue to endanger seafarers, undermine maritime safety, disrupt freedom of navigation, and pose serious risks to the environment far beyond the region. We urge all IMO member states to remain united in defending the rule-based international order and to support Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Estonia. I can't see anyone else asking for the floor, so I propose that the Assembly note the information in document A 3415-1. If there's no objection, it's so decided. I now draw the attention of plenary to document A 3415-2 submitted by the Russian Federation, and I invite them to introduce the document.
Спасибо.
Thank you, President. President, I would like to recall that at the 72nd session of the Technical Cooperation Committee in 2022, a decision was taken on the suspension of technical cooperation for one member of our organization. At the meeting referred to by you, President of the Assembly, in 2023, that's Assembly 33, at the initiative of our country, this issue was examined, and the Assembly requested the TCC to examine the issue of taking a decision on their future policy relating to the acceptability or unacceptability of restricting the rights and privileges of IMO member states via limitations in technical cooperation. President, in line with the request made of it by the Assembly, at its 74th session of the TCC in 2024, there was an examination of the issue, but no decision was taken. In the report of the TCC, this information is available, but for some reason it hasn't been provided today. Therefore, the instructions of the Assembly given 2 years ago have not been fulfilled. We agree entirely with the statement made by the distinguished delegation of Sweden not that long ago here in this room, that the instruments which we adopt here together can only function if they are implemented correctly and applied correctly. We also agree in full with the statement made by the USA just a few minutes ago that the International Maritime Organization is an organization dedicated to technical issues. So, President, this issue remains open. I recall the question, can the Technical Cooperation Committee or any other committee limit or restrict the rights and privileges of member states according to any criteria? And we would like the Assembly today to answer two contradicting approaches or questions in our document. A3415-2, if you look at paragraph 8, either your Assembly President agrees that technical cooperation should not be limited in any way, or maybe you will take the opposite decision, which is to be found in the TC document WP5, TC 74 WP5, which states that there are a wide range of reasons for any member of the IMO which can see their rights and privileges suspended. President, if your Assembly decides this way, then all members will know that this is the approach and they'll be prepared. They will know that their rights can be suspended or limited. And up until this point, we didn't think that this legal instrument existed. President, we're in your hands. We would like you to take one of these two decisions. Thank you.
Je remercie la Fédération.
Thank you to the Russian Federation. I would like to invite a member state to make comments on the document which has just been presented.
La République bolivarienne du Venezuela.
Venezuela.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, allow me to begin by taking this opportunity to thank the delegation of Jamaica for that excellent tea break they've just offered. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela supports the intervention of and the documents submitted by the Russian Federation. We think that our technical cooperation is the basis for us to attain our goals of common interest, which are shared by all member states, and we therefore are convinced that we must uphold the legal framework and the spirit of the IMO Convention and all its instruments, and that technical cooperation should not be influenced by political considerations. Our cooperation is a powerful instrument. It extends to all the goals of the organization, and therefore it should not be turned into a means of retaliating against any member state. We therefore support these measures which the Assembly is requested to adopt in paragraph 8 of A3415-2, which has been submitted by Russia, and we urge that we maintain the technical spirit of the organization, do not use technical cooperation of the IMO to restrict or limit the rights and privileges of member states. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Denmark.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Denmark takes note of the information provided in document A34/15/2 submitted by the Russian Federation. In particular, we note that the proposals contained in this paper at paragraph 8 are identical to those that were put forward previously by the Russian Federation at TC74. Given that these points have been discussed extensively at both Assembly 33, TC74 and Council 132, and no new arguments have been presented in this paper, we do not consider that there is a new question for the Assembly to consider at this time, and we believe that this matter has been exhausted. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Denmark. The next speaker is the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'd like to offer some comments on A34/15/2. The proposals in the paper are identical to those that were put forward at TC74 on the same issue, that is TC74/2/2. Given that these points have been discussed extensively at Assembly 33, TC74 and Council 132, we do not see merit in a further discussion on this issue at this session. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of United Kingdom and I give the floor to Australia.
Thank you, President. Australia notes the information in A34/15/2 and aligns with the interventions made by the delegations of Denmark and the United Kingdom. Similarly, at the 33rd session of the IMO Assembly discussed these issues, the issues outlined in A34/15/2, which were also discussed at the 74th session of the IMO Technical Cooperation Committee and the 132nd session of Council. Noting this and that no new issues have been presented to this session of the Assembly, we do not see any need for further discussion on this paper.
I thank the delegation of Australia and I give the floor to Japan.
Thank you, Madam President, and we take this opportunity to thank all of the member states that host the great receptions throughout this week, and thank you, Jamaica, for hosting the great coffee reception. And on the matter at hand, Japan welcomed the outcome of the TC74 and TC75 and reiterates our unwavering commitment to IMO technical cooperation activities. We will not repeat the argument that already took place in the previous sessions, but we'd like to recall that TC74 noted the view expressed in different documents. Therefore, with a full respect and commitment to the IMO technical cooperation activities, Japan suggests refraining from repeating the same debate and simply noting the TC outcomes and views expressed thereon. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la délégation.
Thank you, Japan. I now give the floor to Germany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, as I haven't said it before, I would also like to thank all the nations for wonderful receptions, breakfasts, afternoon coffees, etc. We fully align ourselves with Denmark and UK, Australia and Japan. The proposals in paper A34-15-2, paragraph 8, are the same points that we discussed extensively at A33, C132, and TC74. In our view, there are no new arguments in A34-15-2. We do not see that there are any new issue that needs to be discussed right now. So we suggest that Assembly takes note of the reports on the work of the Technical Committee and approve them in general. Thank you.
Je remercie la...
Thank you, Germany. I now give the floor to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before beginning our intervention, this delegation also expresses deep condolences to the victims and families affected by the fire in Hong Kong, China. On the matter at hand, regarding the document submitted by the Russian Federation, this delegation appreciates for the submission and fully align with it. As this delegation pointed out in various meetings in the past, this issue is directly related to the common rights of all parties to the IMO Convention to be able to participate in IMO technical cooperation, which can be considered as a violation of sovereignty of a member state without complying with the IMO Convention. The decision went beyond the principle of cooperation, which has basic approach for IMO to achieve its objectives. There was no article in the IMO Convention which could justify the current situation, and such matters in IMO should not be decided only according to the certain member states' views or political interest without complying with the IMO Convention or amending the Convention by reflecting their views. If the IMO Convention, including its basic principles of cooperation, was disregarded in the future, we will further experience other penalizing decisions against the member states for political or technical reasons. IMO technical cooperation should not be used as a means to penalize a member state in terms of purpose of IMO technical cooperation. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la...
Thank you. The DPRK, Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I will be brief in the interest of time and to give the floor to other delegations. Also, much could be said. I would like to simply state that Ukraine fully supports the position expressed by the delegations of Denmark, the United Kingdom, Australia, Japan, Germany, and others. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Ukraine. Poland, sorry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. First, Poland wishes to express its sincere condolences and deepest sympathy to the people of Hong Kong, China, following the tragic fire. We would also like to thank the delegations of Egypt, Brazil, the United Arab Emirates, and Jamaica for today's refreshments and hospitality. Turning to the matter at hand, we have taken note of document A34/15/2, as the issues raised have already been examined and now no new elements are before the Assembly. We support the arguments and the intervention delivered by Denmark. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Poland. I now give the floor to Sweden.
Thank you, Madam President. Sweden has an unwavering commitment to IMO technical cooperation and to Article 1 of the IMO Convention that specifically supports IMO technical cooperation activities. Sweden supports the work of the Technical Cooperation Committee, and we have already expressed our support for the reports from and the decisions made by TCC 74 and 75, as reported in document 3415. Sweden notes the opinion expressed by the Russian Federation in document 15.2. This is an issue that has been brought up before on several occasions. In paragraph 8 of their document, the Russian Federation are presenting two options that they want the Assembly to choose between. These options were also presented by the Russian Federation at TC 74. In our opinion, the options presented by the Russian Federation in paragraph 8 of the document 15.2 are based on wrongful assumptions. We believe the way the options are written, they are mischaracterized the decision by TC 72. This same issue has been discussed at length at numerous meetings already. We understand that the Russian Federation has a different opinion than Sweden, but we see no need to continue a discussion on these different options. Like others have stated before me, we believe this matter has been exhausted and that there is no further action to take at this point other than to note the views expressed. Thank you.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Sweden. I now give the floor to Bulgaria.
Madam President, thank you. Distinguished delegates, good afternoon. As this is the first time the Republic of Bulgaria has taken the floor, we would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you on your appointment, as well as that of your vice presidents. And we would also like to express our deepest condolences for the tragedy which occurred in Hong Kong, China. We thank all the delegations who kindly provided us with sustenance and entertainment during the receptions, and we wish them best of luck in the upcoming elections. As regards to the matter at hand, namely document A3415/2, submitted by the Russian Federation, we take note of the information provided, and we align ourselves with the positions expressed by Denmark, the UK, Australia, Germany, and others. The proposals contained in the paper submitted by Russia are reiterations of matters that have been extensively discussed at A33, DC47, and C132, and contain no new arguments, and they are, therefore, we believe that this matter also has been exhausted. Thank you for your time.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Bulgaria, and all delegations who have spoken. Looking at the clock, we are going to have to pause this debate and just got some comments to make on what will happen next. On the arrangement for the conduct of affairs tomorrow, as in our usual practice, we will pause consideration of the points included in the timetable for this session, and we will move to the elections for the Council. In this regard, we will commence with the consideration of item 6A, which is the report of the Credentials Committee, and we will then proceed with item 23, election of members of the Council, which will be followed by item 24, election of members of the IMO Staff Pension Committee. Once we have concluded the election items, we will resume the consideration of our remaining agenda items. Furthermore, moving on then, this evening, first of all, you can all stay here because Bangladesh is giving a presentation on Bangladesh's post-ratification of the Hong Kong. So that's scheduled for now at 5:30, and then this evening there are 4 receptions taking place, not quite as many as on previous evenings. I'll tell you who is holding a reception. Jamaica again, Republic of Korea, Bangladesh, and Panama. So I think you've got all the information which you need to join those receptions. We thank the delegations in advance. We're not going to take your cards, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for putting your flags down. everyone is very welcome at those receptions, and I wish you a great evening.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly have your attention, please? We understand that there is reception and we are in the networking session, but however, Bangladesh is going to give a very short presentation. I assure you that the presentation will be very short, and it is on the basis of Bangladesh journey to the ship recycling since we triggered in 2023. We have not given the much information to IMO and the member states. My High Commissioner will take over the floor, but I have in the podium with me the Minister for Shipping, Brigadier General Retired M. Shakawat Hussain. I have the Excellency High Commissioner Abida Islam. I have the Director General Department of Shipping and also the ex-Director General of Department of Shipping. So with this, I would like to hand over the floor to my High Commissioner Excellency Abida Islam. Madam, floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Today I will be talking about Bangladesh's journey after the ratification of Hong Kong Convention. A beautiful story is, behind this Bangladesh's journey to ship recycling and ship breaking and ship building. Before going to that, I'll be talking about a little about Bangladesh. It's the largest delta in the world. We also have the largest mangrove forest in Bangladesh. And Bangladesh is crisscrossed by more than 1,000 rivers. Our population is 170 million, and along its 1/3 of that population lives along the coastal area of Bangladesh. So it makes Bangladesh truly a maritime country. So not nature's gifts come with, freely. It comes with some burdens, some responsibilities, and we also have that. As the most climate vulnerable country, Bangladesh also have adverse impact of climate change, that is cyclone, floods and everything, river erosions. And with this also we have a good fortune which happened in 1960, that with a cyclone we had a ship which was stranded, came to our shore. It was abandoned, and the owner of the ship didn't want to take that ship back because it was very costly. So he left the ship for the Bangladeshi people, and from that ship, actually our ship breaking and ship recycling story, started. So it gave us an opportunity for the Bangladeshi people to turn the misfortune into opportunity. And today, ship breaking, ship recycling, it grew into a thriving industry, which is critical to our economy, circular steel supply, and maritime heritage. If we look at the maritime heritage of Bangladesh, we will see that it dates back to more than 1,400 years. Because in ancient Bengal, when we were part of Bengal at that time, that's 1,400 years ago, Bangladesh used to have trades with Romans, Arabs, Persians, and our port Chattogram, in the 16th and 17th century, it was given a title by the Portuguese as the Porto Grande de Bengala, that is Grand Port of Bengal. So it was a very famous port, historically famous port in the history of maritime. And in 17th century, Bangladesh actually built the port of Chittagong. They built the entire fleet of Ottoman warship of sultans in the 17th century. But over the years, we have lost that glory for different reasons, for geopolitical reasons, for colonization and other things. But after 1971, when Bangladesh became an independent country, it focused on strengthening infrastructure for our maritime sector. And shipbreaking came to Bangladesh in 1980, and within 10 years, by 1990, Bangladesh became the world's largest shipbreaking nation. The formal recognition or formal starting of ship recycling started in Bangladesh in 2011. Government introduced rules and regulations to support that industry. And in 2027, the shift towards green ship recycling started with the registration of one shipyard, which was a green shipyard in Chittagong, and that started the official journey of Bangladesh to green certification. But that period was marred by some challenges. For example, worker safety was compromised, and there was inadequate protections. And since the system was manual and the process was inefficient, so the productivity was limited, and there was also concern regarding the poor safety and environmental protections. To address these challenges, Bangladesh believed that they have no other options but to modernize its standards, and there has to be a transition from informal beaching method to globally recognized green cycling system. So finally, on 25th June 2023, Bangladesh ratified the Hong Kong Convention, triggering its entry into force, which strengthens Bangladesh's position as a global leader in ship recycling. It also demonstrates Bangladesh's national commitment to safe and environmentally sound ship recycling. And we have seen positive global perceptions surrounding Bangladesh. Bangladesh was viewed as a responsible and sustainable ship recycler, and it also supports Bangladesh's nationally determined contributions and net zero emissions goals, which completely align with our climate policies as well. It boosts our market competitiveness because we could access the major markets. We were accepted in end-of-life vessels from key shipping economies like European Union, which require compliant issues. And that also comes with a responsibility so that Bangladesh have to upgrade its ship recycling yards with international standards for worker safety, health issues, and environmental protection. So now Bangladesh is the leading ship recycling nation. We are committed to international safety, security, and environmental standards, and we are compliant and a preferred hub for sustainable ship recycling in the world. 36% of global tonnage recycle is done by Bangladesh, which makes it over 1/3 of the world's end-of-life tonnage, and it is an essential link in global maritime value chain. Ship recycling industry has now become a vital pillar of Bangladesh's economy, which directly support about 40,000 people's their employment, and indirectly over 1 million people's livelihood is supported by this particular industry. And as you can see, that since 2015, Bangladesh has maintained a kind of consistent growth, which is about 200 to 300 recycling per year. And it has been constant for the past 10 years. This ship recycling also gives us a kind of a steel backbone for the country. We follow the IMO's 4 principles, that is reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover. And nearly 99% of these extracted materials fall under this cycle. 60% of these extracted materials were used in re-rolling mills of Bangladesh. The valuable components like generators, furniture, they're resold. The scrap materials, they're converted into rods and bars, and that drastically reduces our need to import virgin iron ore from abroad. It also gave a significant revenue for Bangladesh government, which is about US $770 million, and among those 110 millions in terms of revenues and custom duties. This ratification was supported by the IMO-led SENSREC project, which helped us to provide a legal framework, workers' policy, and infrastructures. Under its support, we can develop a clear roadmap for Hong Kong Convention accession, enacted our national legislation, which included Bangladesh's Ship Recycling Act 2018. And workers' policy was also included in that project. We could build a skill pool of workers. We could train the trainers. We also train them on occupational safety and environmental management. And we have also designed a plan for central terminal storage disposal facility by 2030, which will support upgradation of shipyards infrastructure to meet the standards imposed by the Hong Kong Convention. And these are the happy faces of the skilled workers who underwent the training. These are the few pictures of the Hong Kong Convention compliant shipyards in Bangladesh. As you can see that it is, it's full of concrete, the soil is intact. We can use heavy machineries. There is no contamination, soil contamination. And this all happened after the our accession to the Hong Kong Convention. We are also taking care of our workers we have built up a dedicated training institute to ensure continuous skill development of our workers. We are also taking care of their health. They have access to healthcare in Bangladesh. And as you can see there, Bangladesh has the potential of 156 ship recycling facilities. 80 of them are functional, 17 are Hong Kong Convention compliant, and 20 are in the process. But as you can see that in the next 20 years, there will be more than 21,000 ships that will approach their end of life cycle. And Bangladesh has the capacity to recycle these ships. But for that, we have to develop our infrastructure. We have to invest on the training of the workers, and we have to engage in environmental and social safeguards. We have to align the international market as well, and logistical support is paramount for utilizing or utilize this potential to its fullest. So these are the few challenges actually, because ensuring 100% compliance across 156 years, it's quite challenging. We need green investment, and for the full implementation of the central treatment, storage, disposal facility, which is essential for hazardous waste management, we also need investment and planning as well. So we are looking forward to a continuous partnership with the IMO and other international bodies to strengthen capacity building and global alignment. We need to secure soft load grants and green financing, which is very important for upgrading these shipyards to modernization. And green investment is welcome for Bangladesh government welcomes green investment from our friendly countries abroad. And we need to expand the initiatives or SenseRec and promote PPP-based projects, so that there could be a proper technology transfer and advanced technology could be implemented in Bangladesh. We can train our workers and we can maintain the environmental standards. And this all actually culminated efforts will increase our national capacity for sustainable ship recycling to meet global demand. So, Excellencies, there is a saying that Bangladesh is a global leader in ship recycling, but we don't just welcome old ships, we give them a proper retirement plan, as you can see here, and the old is gold. So thank you for listening to me, and Bangladesh is ready to meet the global demand for sustainable ship recycling, and I'm going to show you a small video on that. Thank you for listening to me. Give us a few minutes. Yeah.
Excellency High Commissioner, thank you very much for presenting. Distinguished delegates, we know that we are under time pressures and there are some receptions, but however, if there is any question, we can just take for a few minutes and the floor is open. So we'll try to within our presentation, the scope of the presentation. Thank you. Just one moment. Yeah, please go ahead. Sorry, I couldn't.
No, it's okay. Thank you very much. My name's Edmund Hughes. I represent the International Bunker Industry Association here. But I really just wanted to commend Bangladesh on what a fantastic example of governance and really of technical cooperation and capacity building, and really taking, as Her Excellency said, an opportunity from a situation, and it really is a fantastic example, and really I think we could all learn from that. So thank you very much indeed.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your comment, and definitely Bangladesh is striving and definitely want to bring up the standard of 157 years that we have to capacitate our global capacity. Thank you. Denmark.
Thank you, and thank you for this interesting presentation. It's really nice to see how far you can go in the green transition for ending the ship's cycle. I was questioning how many vessels it can handle a year for a ship recycling center. How many are you handling now, and how many do you handle? Can you handle? Do you know that?
Yeah, okay. My Director General Shipping is here, so he can answer.
At the moment, we are handling around 200 ships per year. And we're hoping that in future, we'll be capable of handling around 250 ships per year. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, sir.
Just to supplement, in fact, our yards are quite big. It's wide spacious. It's not only one single ship that can accommodate. We can accommodate in parallel, in tandem, 4 ships together. So the gross tonnage that we handle is just about 20. So out of 20, you can say you can see the graph that we have projected. It's a huge gross tonnage that we can handle. So that is one of the advantages that we have. It's not the small bit and only one ship. It is parallelly 4 ships at least. Thank you. Yes, Rosie, UK. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation, and I would echo what others have said. It's fantastic to see this example of leadership and an important element of the green transition. My question is, how much scope do you think there is to increase that percentage of global tonnage that gets recycled, and what are the sort of key barriers to doing that?
At the moment, you can see that in an average in the year, we are just going about something like about 40 plus. Sometimes we shoot about 45% of the capacity. So if we really, go across the time ahead with the HKC compliance, so I think we can thrive up to 60%, but that may not be just immediate, but that should be at time ahead, quite some time. So because the peoples are really investing, and my High Commissioner has already presented, there are green financing required. There are a lot of other constraints that we have. But yes, if we really can come up 157, maybe 60% that we can accommodate. Thank you. Well, if there is no other question, I would request my Minister, sir, if you can just conclude with a few words.
Thank you very much, and thank you all of you attending this small little presentation. In fact, Bangladesh is termed to be the largest shipbreaker in the world now, and we are strict to Hong Kong Convention. We're also these shipyards, the breaking yards, have come up to the age in not only green, but they are all compliance. And we had informally more than 100 shipyards, but now slowly and gradually the compliance, they're merging with the compliant yards. I myself have been looking into this, and this phenomenal work that Bangladesh is doing, absorbing all those abandoned ships of the various countries and putting it into recycling for the national wealth that is the steel. We are small in country and shape, but we are very big maritime country coming up. We have not only 4 seaports, but we have only 54 inland ports, which are as big as many of the seaports. And we have 10,000 kilometers of the navigable rivers. And some of them are not rivers, some of them look like ocean. So you are most welcome to visit Bangladesh and see the greenery and see the marine life. I therefore also seek your cooperation and your board tomorrow in category C, and we would definitely work together. There's a lot of work to be done in IMO in all respect, in green shipping, in the green yard, and also on the net zero issue that was been deferred for 1 year. So thank you very much once again, and this evening we are having a reception. You're most welcome. We will treat you, if you have heard the name of very famous cuisine, that is biryani. So thank you very much. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Please enjoy our biryani. We call it Kachi Biryani at 7 o'clock at cafeteria 4th floor. Hope to see you there. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, we will now show a short video on the procedures to follow to complete the ballot papers for voting at this election. To vote, you will need a ballot paper prepared by the Secretariat listing the names of all the candidate countries in English alphabetical order, as shown in here. The Secretariat will provide one ballot paper per delegation entitled to vote. It will also provide each delegation with a black felt-tip pen with which to complete the ballot paper. In order to ensure that the electronic machine which counts the votes can accurately read the votes cast, delegations are kindly requested to only use the black felt-tip pen provided by the Secretariat to fill in the ballot paper. Voting on the ballot paper will entail filling in completely with the felt-tip pen provided. The small rectangles contained in the column headed by vote, to the right of the names of the candidates that you would like to vote, as shown in here. The ballot paper containing more votes than the number of candidates to be elected will be rendered invalid. Altering the voting paper in any way will render it invalid. Likewise, marking the voting box in other ways, for example with a cross or a tick, may render the ballot paper invalid. Any ballot paper left blank will be considered an abstention. If a delegation makes a mistake when filling in the ballot paper, a replacement ballot paper should be requested from the President of the Assembly. The President will exchange the spoiled ballot paper for a new one when the spoiled ballot paper is brought to them at the podium. The voting is conducted by secret ballot. We request that delegations do not fold the ballot paper in any way, as this may interfere with the electronic vote counting machine. Delegations will be allowed time to complete the ballot papers, after which a representative of the Secretary-General will call out the names of the countries entitled to vote in English alphabetical order. At that point, a representative of each delegation may proceed to the ballot box in front of the podium to deposit their ballot paper. To ensure that this process is conducted in an orderly manner, the representatives will approach the ballot box by the left-hand side of the room facing the podium and leave the area by the right-hand side of the room as indicated in the diagram. Once the voting process is completed, the ballot box will be removed by the representative of the Secretariat, accompanied by the scrutineers for the counting of the votes. Once the counting is finalised, the results will be presented to the President of the Assembly, who will then pass them on to the Secretary-General to announce the outcome of the vote. 2 scrutineers will witness the process and oversee the electronic counting of votes. The scrutineers have been chosen from among member states that represent different geographical areas and are not standing as candidates at this election. At the conclusion of this video, please remain seated. The President of the Assembly will instruct the Secretariat to distribute the ballot papers and black felt-tip pens. Voting will commence soon after that. Thank you.